here? I don't know if this is on. Mics are not on.
Mine's on.
Yeah, I guess I have it. All right, I guess we can be heard. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 10th regular meeting of the Fullerton Planning Commission. It's not, all right, I'll get closer to the microphone. Okay, so to begin, let's, all right, here, let's try once more. Now can you hear me? Is the volume up? All right, thank you. So this is the February 10th meeting of the Fullerton Planning Commission, and if we can have the call of the roll by the clerk, please.
Chair Silber.
Present.
Vice Chair Shanfield.
Present.
Commissioner Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Pendergraft.
Here.
Commissioner Dunlap.
Present.
Commissioner Gambino.
Here.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
All right, then. Let's. Next item of business is Pledge of Allegiance, and if Commissioner Gambino could lead us, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Please stand and join me. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let's see if I can keep real close to the mic. So this item, the next item on our agenda is public comment, and this is for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you wish to speak to us regarding an item that's on tonight's agenda, I'll have an opportunity later. But if there's an item that is not on the agenda, this would be your opportunity to come forward and speak briefly. And if you wish to do that, please make sure you fill out a card letting us know who you are. You can do that with, you can do it at the completion. So, and if you could identify yourself as well for the group. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joe Briano. I run the FullertonInformer.com website. I'm also a candidate for Fullerton City Council. And I'd like to bring to the attention of everybody in this room and watching on television that this is just the beginning. The Downtown Core and Corridor Special Project is 10 times worse than this. And there are people on this planning commission that voted to move it forward. It's still in limbo right now, but I'd like everybody to look that up. There's plenty of information on it. It involves 10-story buildings, lining streets, handing over the key to the variance lock to the city manager. It's an end run around checks and balances, and it's an outright attack on our quality of life. And I am completely appalled that has not been shut down or knocked down. It's been deferred. Let's hope it doesn't come back up. But folks, we have no water. We have no room on our streets as it is, and they're going to go to high-rise housing all over this town. The DCCSP is the abbreviation. Look it up on the city's website. It's a nightmare waiting to happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak regarding an item that's not on tonight's agenda? Again, not on tonight's agenda. Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. And the next item on our tonight's agenda is selection of the chair and vice chair. We have a very full agenda. Is it the pleasure of the commission to go ahead and change? The next item in this evening's agenda is selection of the chair and the vice chair. Does the commission wish to deal with this? We continued it last time. We can take action on this evening or continue it given the busy agenda we have. What's the pleasure of the commission?
I believe it would be worthwhile to continue it so we can take the entire night for the item that's on the agenda, the single item.
It's only an item that only take a few minutes. We already kicked it down the road once. We could probably resolve this here in about 5 minutes, I would imagine, maybe 10.
Okay.
I don't know what I mean. Am I in the minority?
Others
Could
want
go either way.
Okay. There's looking for a consensus. I'm not hearing one. Seems as though we probably need to move forward.
I think I agree with Peter. We could do this
Okay.
pretty quickly. And
All right, so I believe my procedure is, if we can have the city attorney refresh us on the procedure or staff. Nominations in order for chair, and then
Yes.
after the selection of the chair,
Vice Chair.
then a motion for nominations for vice chair and selection of
Correct.
vice chair. Is that correct? Okay. So I will open for nominations.
I nominate Kathleen Shanfield to chair this group.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a second for that. Are there other nominations that people want to make on this item?
I would like to nominate Peter Gambino for this position.
And a second for that?
Sure, I'll second it. Let's make it fun.
So,
Okay.
then do you not want to chair this group? I thought you would be a great chair.
Thank you very much. I would not turn it down. I just felt very strongly that you would make a better chair than myself.
It'd be my yeah.
Should we let-
So I'll turn it down at this point. I appreciate the offer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So do we have? So we have one nominee, and you're withdrawing. You can't withdraw your name, I don't think. Okay. All right. So we have two nominees, and we do this by polling the commissioners. Is that correct? Okay. So if we could have the clerk read the roll.
Can we clarify what motion we're voting
We're
on?
considering. We have two nominations for the chair of the Planning Commission, and Commissioner Shanfield and Commissioner Gambino. So we'll be each of us voting on who we would like to see as our next chair.
Chair Silver,
Commissioner Shanfield.
Vice Chair Shanfield,
Commissioner Gambino, please.
Commissioner Johnson,
Commissioner Shanfield.
Commissioner Pendergraft,
Commissioner Shanfield.
Commissioner Dunlap, Commissioner Gambino,
Commissioner Shanfield.
Commissioner Bennett,
Oh, let's just give it to Kathleen. How about it?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So
I'm honored.
I believe that was a 7-0 vote in favor of you.
7-1.
7-1. Pardon me. And my last outgoing mistake, I hope. So I think I turned it over to you at this point,
Okay.
Commissioner Shanfield.
So now we need to vote on a vice president
I think
or
you
vice
can have-
chair.
Yeah.
Any nominations for vice chair?
I would nominate Commissioner Gambino.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any others? So let's just vote by the same way we just did, or just aye and nay. All in favor for Commissioner Gambino as vice chair?
Aye.
Say
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion has passed so Peter, next session I will not be here, so you will get to be your vice chair. Just a little warning. Okay, so I get to continue on. This is really trial by fire, isn't it? So our next item is consent calendar. And so would we just make a motion on approving the minutes from January 13th, 2015?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain. I was not in attendance.
One abstention.
2 abstentions. I was not here either.
2 abstentions. Okay, motion has passed. At this point in time, I should welcome our new commissioner. Nick Dunlap is taking the place of Rick Alvarez. So welcome, Nick, to the Planning Commission. It's a pleasure to have you serve with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. At this time also, do we have any communication disclosures for the item on the agenda tonight? Any discussions that people had with people outside of the commissioners? I will disclose that I went to a NUF meeting on this this agenda item, not last Monday, but the Monday before. So I was able to at least hear discussion among residents and people, questions at that time. So that was something that I did outside of our normal communications. Anybody else?
Yeah, actually had a brief conversation with Sean Payton as he was out canvassing our neighborhood with flyers over the weekend and, surrounding the Our Town, Not College Town campaign that he's running or...
I need to disclose that I actually did have a chance to meet with the director, but I guess that's a normal communication with staff. And then I had a chance to meet with a couple members of the community. I don't know names. And then I did also briefly speak to Sean Payton as well.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for our presentation by the city for PRJ 1300111, and there's many other numbers after that, but the applicants, California State University Fullerton, Hope International University, and City of Fullerton, property owners, and we will go ahead and hear the presentation by the City of Fullerton at this time.
Thank you, Chair Shanfield. My name is Karen Haluza. I'm the Director of Community Development for the city. I'll be giving a fairly brief presentation that gives a broad overview of the actions that are before you this evening. And we also have other speakers here in the audience who will be participating in the presentation as well as available to answer technical questions should they arise during your question and answer or during in response to any public comments. We have representatives here this evening also from Cal State University Fullerton. Dr. Berenicia Johnson-Eanes is here. She's the Vice President of Student Affairs. And we also have representatives from Hope International University. Steve Mullins and Frank Scotti are here as well. This evening, the action before you tonight is essentially the request for a recommendation of approval for the College Town specific plan. The development of this plan began in January of 2008, so it has been under development for a good number of years now. It came about as a joint project between the City of Fullerton, Hope International University, and Cal State Fullerton to develop a master plan for the campus area as well as the surrounding properties. That vision plan was completed in September of 2010. And then moving through the process that we are tonight, we are here before you tonight for the Planning Commission public hearing, and then this is scheduled to go to the City Council on March 15th. Throughout this process, there have been extensive public outreach, many community meetings, online forums, presentations, and a whole host of outreach efforts as a part of the development of the plan. There are several recommended actions for you tonight. I'm going to go through them now, and then also at the end, this is sort of the technical part of what you're being asked to take action on tonight, and there are several. The first recommended action is the certification of the environmental impact report, which also includes adoption of the mitigation monitoring program that contains all the mitigation measures for the plan, the findings of fact, and a statement of overriding considerations. Due to the fact that there are several impacts that are significant and unavoidable and that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. The statement of overriding considerations includes a statement that that asks you to find that the benefits of the plan, of the proposed project, are override and outweigh the potential impacts. There is an amendment to the Fullerton plan, which is the city's general plan, to redesignate the properties within the College Town specific plan to just the designation of specific plan. They currently have various commercial and institutional designations right now in residential. And approve a zoning amendment to zone the properties within the College Town boundary to specific plan. to approve and adopt the College Town specific plan itself, which is the zoning document and guiding document that would regulate and govern any private development going from now into the future if that plan is adopted. To direct the formation of a parking management and property-based improvement district. These are two key provisions of the specific plan. They would put together a structure to allow for a more integrated approach to parking management among all of the properties that are within the specific plan boundaries, as well as assisting in parking management in surrounding residential neighborhoods to mitigate impacts of university parking in those areas. And a property-based improvement district, which would be at the, it would have to be something that property owners within the study area boundary would concur to and be a part of. It would implement an assessment on property owners to be used to fund public improvements that would be going on through the life of the plan. And then finally, a recommendation to abandon a portion of Nutwood Avenue and a portion of Commonwealth Avenue.
Please let's show civil behavior tonight. It's going to be a long evening, and I'd really appreciate everybody keeping their comments to themselves. Thank you.
That the recommendation to abandon that portion of the street is not an abandonment in and of itself. As all of these actions are, they are recommendations to the City Council, and the City Council would subsequently take action when it comes before them at the public hearing in March. As I had stated before, the College Town specific plan is a long-term plan to guide new development and address existing constraints in the area. The vision for the area also contains new zoning and development regulations that would govern any ongoing development. A very important component of this to understand, and something that I spoke about quite extensively at the NUF forum, was that this plan is just that, it is a plan. It is not a project that the city is going to construct. It is market-driven, and should there be any development that would occur based on this plan, were it to be adopted, it would be at the discretion of any private property owners. There is no requirement that any changes be made to a person's property. It can continue on as it is right now in perpetuity. And any changes that would or could occur would be at the discretion of the private property owner. Just to give a general sense of the project location and the study area boundaries, the properties in question are under private ownership in the tan or orange colored shaded areas, the Hope International University campus, and then a piece of property called College Park that's owned by Cal State University Fullerton. The Fullerton campus proper is just to the north of Nutwood Avenue. Hope International does not intend to expand the footprint of their campus. They do intend to make some changes on the campus itself. And Cal State Fullerton has long expressed interest in redeveloping a portion of their property with additional institutional uses for classrooms as well as potentially student housing. All of these property owners have been involved in the process. They all understand what the plan would mean for them, and they have participated throughout the development of the plan itself. Aside from Cal State Fullerton's intentions, we don't have anything very firm in terms of communications to us from the other property owners that they have anything near term that they are planning on doing that could occur pursuant to this plan. The existing land uses on the properties within the study area are the Nutwood Apartments, College Square Shopping Center, College Plaza Shopping Center, Hope International University to the north, University Plaza, which has the old Penny Saver building on it that I think is mostly vacant, the Waterton Apartments, the Point Apartments, the Vanguard Business Plaza, and then the Cal State Fullerton property called College Park. University House, right in the center of the study area there, is actually not a part of the project area. It was developed pursuant to its own specific plan that was processed several years ago. There are 7 planning areas within the specific plan area, and within those planning areas, there are 4 types of proposed land uses. This diagram shows where each of the planning areas are as well as the intensities and types of uses that could go in each of those planning areas. Planning Area 1 would allow for mixed-use development and multifamily residential with a minimum requirement of 4 stories and a maximum of 5 stories. In Planning Areas 2 and 3, this could be mixed use as well as institutional uses, a minimum of 2 stories, maximum of 5 stories in Planning Area 2, and in Planning Area 3, a minimum of 5 stories and a maximum of 10 stories. That property is the current location of the College Park office building, which is 9 stories. And then Planning Area 4, immediately adjacent to the freeway, commercial and office, minimum of 2 stories and a maximum of 10 stories. In Planning Area 5, mixed-use development with a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 5 stories. The same for Planning Area 6, and slightly lower buildings permitted in Planning Area 7, minimum 3 stories with a maximum of 5 stories. A concept model was prepared through the vision process, and this shows conceptually under the zoning document itself what could be realized on the properties within the study area. This is a conceptual plan to show over a long period of time what would be allowed under the zoning document. It is not a project. This isn't something that anyone is proposing to build right now. For purposes of assessing any environmental impacts, numbers have to be calculated on the potential development that could occur throughout the life of the plan at the maximum build-out capacity. So for the properties that, for example, would permit, I'm just going to go back to this figure. Planning area number 4, for example, allows 2 stories up to 10 stories. For purposes of calculating the maximum allowed development on that piece of property, the environmental impact report would use the 10-story scenario in order to develop that number, and that would be the same across all of the planning areas. So this would assume that over the long term, each of the planning areas would build out to its maximum development intensity. It also assumes that all of the development occurs, not necessarily all at one time, but that each property develops to its full extent, and each one is turned over and redeveloped. So based under that scenario, the plan would allow for an additional 3,400 units within the study area, commercial development of 199,140 square feet, office development of 297,600 square feet, institutional of 173,782 square feet, and Nutwood Plaza, 2.8 acres. This is the section of Nutwood that would be abandoned under the plan. It's approximately 2.8 acres in size. These numbers are used then to base any calculations of impacts for traffic, for example. 3,400 units would result in a certain number of trips. Those trips are then modeled on various intersections, and then it is determined if that intersection will continue to function at an acceptable level of service or if it will not, and in that case, what mitigations are needed. Then those appear in the mitigation monitoring program in order to mitigate those effects. So that's the very important part of what those numbers are about. They do not reflect near-term development scenarios. We have a fairly lengthy component on the proposed Nutwood Avenue reconfiguration, and I'll be asking Mark Miller to join us in just a minute to go over some figures that he has put together that will show the traffic improvements that would be required prior to Nutwood being closed. And in fact, the mitigation measures are written such that these traffic improvements would have to occur really before any new construction of any kind would have to be completed. These would address existing conditions, and they are also sized to have capacity for any new development that could occur under the plan. The figure that you see labeled Proposed Nutwood Avenue Reconfiguration shows in yellow the system of streets as they would exist following the abandonment and the partial closure of Nutwood. The 57 freeway on-ramp on the east side of Nutwood would remain open for access to the east side of the campus, and it would also remain open east of State College, again, in order to access the campuses on either side of Nutwood. With the removal of that section of street, however, there would not be any way for through traffic from west of State College to continue along east along Nutwood to access the freeway at that location, requiring the use of the Yorba Linda on-ramp and the Chapman on-ramp in order to access the 57 freeway. There's also a closure of Commonwealth, and you can see where it turns into a traffic circle at the northern terminus. There are also traffic circles on either end of the Nutwood closure. These are just a couple of aerial photographs just to give another visual of what is proposed. The existing configurations today show in the orange circles the existing on-ramps and where people currently access the freeway. And with that section of Nutwood removed, that would still occur that these on-ramps are open, but people traveling from the west of State College would no longer be able to access the Nutwood on-ramp from that location. I'd now like to ask Mark Miller to join us. He is the city's traffic engineer, and he has prepared several slides that will really better illustrate the traffic improvements that would have to be completed prior to the completion of any major construction or the closure of Nutwood Avenue.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Mark Miller, the city's traffic engineer. I just want to walk you through what the mitigations would be based on the traffic study. Before I do that, there were 20 intersections that were identified that needed to be studied in the traffic impact report. Following that release of that report, there was an additional 5 intersections that were studied. So there is a total of 25 intersections. The majority are traffic signals. Before you are the 5 intersections: State College Boulevard at Yorba Linda, State College Boulevard at Dorothy Lane, State College Boulevard at Chapman Avenue at Commonwealth Avenue, and Chapman Avenue at the 57 Freeway, Placentia Avenue. There's 3 intersections together right there on Chapman Avenue. So next slide. I want to show you just a graphic representation of what the mitigations would be, and I think a picture's hopefully worth 1,000 words, so I don't have to speak all that much tonight. The existing intersection of State College and Yorba Linda, as you can see, is configured that there are 3 left-turning lanes. I'm not going to go through the details of this, but this shows the configuration, the westbound 3 left turns, a combination through lane to continue west on Pioneer, and then the northbound right turn. Basically 3 lanes north and south on State College, a double left going south to west, and then coming out of the residential neighborhood, there's a combination of 3 lanes with right turns. And the signal operates east and west as what we call a split phase. So one side of the street, the east side gets the traffic signal green first, and then the west side. And that's the way that operates. Next slide. Based upon the traffic study and the closure of Nutwood, prior to the closure of Nutwood, these mitigations would have to be in place. There would need to be, and the colors, by the way, are orange, a southbound right turn pocket at State College, a removal of the combination left through, which is on the west side of State College. You can see in the orange, so it would be a left turn and then a separate through lane and then a combination through right. And for the westbound direction on Yorba Linda, we would continue to have the 3 separate left turns, and then it would be 3 separate left turns, and then a through lane, and then a right lane. The diagram is not correct. As you can see, there's 4 left turns. It would only be 3. So I apologize for that. Next slide is Dorothy Lane at State College. This is the existing configuration. Again, 3 lanes north-south on State College. The signal is split phase. In other words, eastbound Dorothy goes at one time, westbound goes at another time. And what is needed is the next slide, is we'll need on the Cal State Fullerton side the modification of the raised median and an adding of a westbound to south left turn. So it'd be a dual left with a through combination and then a right turn pocket. Next slide. Chapman and State College. You're probably very familiar with this. Again, north and south, primarily 3 lanes, dual lefts. East and west is 2 through lanes and a double left going in the eastbound direction, a single going in the westbound direction with right turn pockets. Next slide. Based on the traffic study, there's an interim improvement that would have to take place before Nutwood. Actually, it could take place at this time, and that would be to add a northbound left turn. So you'd have a double left turn northbound, and we'd have a double left turn westbound. So we're adding a westbound left to south and a northbound left to west. Then the second part of the mitigation actually has to do with occupancy of the college before an occupancy permit is issued or before Nutwood is closed. We need to have 3 lanes southbound on State College. The northbound left turn gets removed, the second northbound left turn, and we go back to a single left turn northbound, but we need to add a northbound through movement on State College heading towards Nutwood, and we keep the right turn. Now, just as a little parentheses, none of these improvements or mitigations or even the closure of Nutwood would take place until State College grade crossing and the Raymond grade crossings are completed, which is still, I believe, a couple of years out. Mr. Hoppy? Okay. Let's proceed down Chapman. Chapman and Commonwealth, the existing configuration is a single left turn east and west and north and south, 2 throughs and a right turn pocket for your west to northbound to go to the college. And then the mitigation would be to add a third eastbound through lane. So if we're on the west side of Commonwealth, we'd have a through right combination. Then we'd proceed with a through lane exclusively all the way to the freeway, the 57 freeway underneath towards Placentia. And we'd also add a separate northbound right turn pocket. So northbound would be single left, a single through, and a single right. And then if we head easterly, this is the configuration. I'm not going to go through all the details on this. A lot of arrows, but I'm sure you've driven it and know what's out there. The mitigations would be required. If you look at the southbound frontage road on the left of your screen there, we need to create a third westbound through lane from the frontage road, the northbound frontage road on the right of SR 57, which would go all the way to State College. And as I said, we need to create an eastbound through lane, but that lane would become a right turn pocket to go southbound on the 57 freeway. It would it's what we call a trap lane. So once you're in that right lane, you will be required to make a right turn to go on southbound on the 57. However, the through lane would be carried underneath the freeway. There'll be 3 lanes going underneath the 57. 2 lanes will go through easterly towards Placentia, and there will be a dual left going northbound onto the frontage road to access either Nutwood or the on-ramp that goes to the 57 freeway. So again, there will be a dual left at the northbound frontage road going eastbound. The northbound off-ramp for the 57 freeway will be required to have 3 left turn lanes, similar to State College at Yorba Linda. And the center lane will still be a left through combination. So basically, the ramp will have to be widened, the northbound off-ramp. The bridge abutments will have to be removed underneath the 57, and the bridge will have to be widened underneath. We already had an assessment done by an engineering firm. The bridge doesn't have to be rebuilt, but the tieback walls will have to be removed. Right now, if you look under there, there's sloping walls. There's sloping concrete walls. Those will be pushed back, and the third lanes will be built in both the east and westbound direction. And that essentially are the mitigations. So if you want to continue or want me to answer questions.
Why don't we continue, and then
Okay.
we'll take questions after that. Okay. Thank you, Mark. A final component of the environmental impact report is to analyze alternatives to the proposed plan or proposed project, depending on what the EIR is analyzing. In this case, there were 5 alternatives that were analyzed, and I wanted to go over them just briefly, especially because there's been a lot of interest in alternatives to closing Nutwood, and there has been some discussion, and there was some discussion in the EIR about those, so I did want to bring those up. The first alternative, and this is one that's included in every EIR, is the no project alternative. So it's essentially, if this were not a project, what would be the case? And it's the status quo as we have right now. The existing general plan alternative would be the plan or the area built out under whatever is currently allowed under the general plan. The existing Nutwood Avenue configuration is the project, everything else that's within the plan, with the exception of the Nutwood closure. An underground Nutwood Avenue alternative. This would create a grade separation similar to a railroad grade separation, with the difference being that at grade the pedestrians would cross and the cars would go underneath. It wouldn't result in the same sort of plaza, but it would still preserve pedestrian separation from cars to allow that safer crossing. And then a reduced intensity alternative that looked at reducing the number of units that could be built overall within the plan. These alternatives that are in the EIR are not analyzed to the extent that the plan itself is. It isn't to say that they are sort of a menu of options that you could pick and choose among, but it does show that there were other alternatives considered. Most of these came out through the public process. The people in response and after reviewing the EIR and seeing the plan would say, we would like to see these other alternatives studied as well, and so they are in the EIR. So I'll just go back and briefly recap the actions again. The actions are to certify the EIR, amend the Fullerton plan to redesignate the properties to specific plan, approve a zoning amendment to rezone the properties to College Town specific plan, approve and adopt the College Town specific plan, direct the formation of a parking management and property-based improvement district, and recommend to abandon a portion of Nutwood Avenue and Commonwealth Avenue. I would just like to summarize by saying that actions such as these and the plan that's before you tonight is a major legislative and policy action. It's very different than a lot of the more routine applications that we often bring before the Planning Commission. As such, it is within your discretion to act upon any of these decisions as you think best expresses your policies and your view of what is appropriate for the community. We are here to answer any questions that you have. Again, all of our technical representatives are here as well. Many of the issues that are controversial in the community are based on the policies contained in this plan. So is it appropriate to close a portion of Nutwood in order to create a plaza? Is it appropriate to put in zoning that would allow higher intensity development than is currently there today? Does it meet the goals of providing for student housing, or does it create too many impacts for the community? These are the sorts of issues that have to be weighed and considered. And at the end of the day, it is a policy decision. From the scientific standpoint of it, we can generally find ways to mitigate for physical changes to the environment. Will things be different than they would be today if this plan were ever realized? Yes, they would. But through the studies that have been done, it's quite possibly the case, although intuitively this may not seem so, that many of the impacts, in fact, most of them can be mitigated to a level of less than significant. That does not negate the fact that there are these controversial areas, and that it really is a policy decision of the Commission as to how to act on this. Again, we're here to answer any questions, and our technical consultants are here as well.
I have a question about one of the air quality that was not able to be mitigated through the EIR. I was wondering if somebody could speak to that.
Yes, we'd like to ask Nicole Vermillion. She is the person who was in charge of preparing the environmental impact report.
So my name is Nicole Vermillion. I'm with PlaceWorks. I prepared the air quality and greenhouse gas emissions analysis in the EIR. And so there's several significant air quality impacts that we identified that were significant and unavoidable. And for a project this size, when you're talking about 3,600 units and an increase of non-residential development, we did identify significant unavoidable regional air quality impacts that exceeded the South Coast Air Quality Management District's significance thresholds. So as a result of that, we identified that because of the potential growth increase, it could potentially conflict with the air quality management plan of the Air Quality Management District. And we also identified, we also did a localized analysis from placement of sensitive receptors near the freeway. And so this was actually on December 17th of 2015, they were ruled that is no longer a CEQA issue, but in our document, we did thoroughly do an analysis of the impacts of the environment on the project. And through that analysis, we identified that you could reduce cancer risks, so health risks, to residents who live within a certain distance of the freeway so long as you put MERV filters. But there's also, and this gets a little bit technical, but there's also ambient air quality standards. And 1 day per year, just because there's so many cars on the freeway, the 1 day per year, it's likely that the particulate matter concentrations, if you place housing within a certain distance of the freeway, could have elevated concentrations 1 day a year. But we were able to mitigate to less than significant levels the health risk analysis if you place sensitive receptors near the freeway. So those were the significant unavoidable air quality impacts that we identified.
And so that would not be just during construction. This would be after development has happened.
So we did identify both construction impacts and for long-term operational impacts. That's correct.
And even after long-term operational, the air quality would still be above the standards of the AQMD?
Yeah, and the regional thresholds, they're really designed for kind of average-sized, smaller projects. And so when you have a project that's this large, typically they do exceed the South Coast Air Quality Management District, so that's a common impact that is typically considered significant and unavoidable when you have a project this size. That's correct.
Thank you.
I have a question for you as well. Just to try to understand, and if I overlooked it in the materials, maybe you'll help me see it straight. The source of this, the air quality issue is vehicles. Is that it?
So if you're asking about the localized impacts,
yes.
So yes, the source is vehicles traveling on the 57. And so if you place any residence within, and I have to actually look at the study to remember the number, but I think it was something like 100 feet. So within one of the planning areas, because the planning areas allow both residential and non-residential development, we just assumed the worst case that if you're going to put residential, maybe someone would put it all the way near the freeway and not closer toward the inside of the site. So we analyzed a worst case of, well, people technically, based on the specific plan, could put people really close to the freeway. And so we analyzed that.
So I think I'm getting it. Let me rephrase or say it back to you and make sure I do understand it. The freeway traffic creates a source of air pollution, for
That's
lack
correct.
of a better word.
Yes.
So if you build housing near the freeway, very close to the freeway, 100 feet or less, then those units will be impacted. So as a part of the process, if the plan permits it within 100 feet of the freeway, I don't know if the 100 is arbitrary or narrowly stated, you're going to have an impact on those units.
That's correct. We actually did a health risk assessment. So we did dispersion modeling to see what the impact was based on the levels of traffic that were on the 57 freeway. So in the air quality report, we have requirements as mitigation for certain types of what's called maximum efficiency filters, so MERV filters, that can reduce the indoor concentrations, sorry, I'm technical, to less than significant levels.
Okay, and I recall a project that I did near a freeway, so it's starting to come back to me. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I had a couple questions about the parking management district. One is if someone were to receive a ticket in that district, because I know in the staff report that it's operating separately from city practices, does it still eventually go to the city?
A parking management district would set up its own rules and enforcement regulations. So the structure of that could be defined in any number of ways. The goal would be to create an entity outside of the city organization that would operate, run, and enforce and police itself.
Okay, thank you.
About the parking as well, and was actually looking to get some clarification. Looks like there's about 1.995 spaces per dwelling unit, and I know those are allocated somewhat differently within the district. Can you provide some additional clarification on that and how that works per unit?
Yes, I'd like to ask Karen Gully from PlaceWorks to address that question. I'm sorry, Jason Pack from Fair and Pierce.
So, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jason Pack. Excuse me, I'm a principal with Fair and Pierce Associates, and we were involved in both the transportation assessment as well as the parking management plan that's attached. So the parking supply that, maybe I'll ask for clarification. You're talking the 1.95 spaces per unit that's identified if you're not part of the shared parking district, correct?
Right, and so I was looking for a little bit of clarification on how that works with the shared parking district and then also per unit if not.
Yeah, so in this particular case, we have a unique situation in that when we have residents living in College Town, many of those residents would otherwise be students driving to and from Cal State Fullerton. So when we did the assessment, we looked at all the parking at Cal State Fullerton, also accounting for existing students that are intruding into the neighborhood that we would hope to help mitigate through this process to identify what the total demand is for the site after accounting for shared parking. So for those of you that aren't familiar with shared parking, I always like to describe it that residents tend to peak their parking demand at 10 o'clock at night. Offices tend to peak at 10 in the morning. So shared parking assessment looks at the time of day factors of where that or when that parking occurs, that peak demand, and assumes that all that pool of parking essentially is shared between those uses. So what you see in the parking management plan that we have attached to the document identifies a scenario where if somebody doesn't participate in the shared parking or in the parking management district, then they're required to park essentially at city rates. So that 1.95 is essentially what the city would otherwise require if you were building at that time for that type of unit. What the shared parking does is it identifies that if you are part of this district, if the developer goes in and is part of the district, that you get the benefits essentially of sharing your parking in a pool. So that's how those parking rates are related. So I think ultimately we were seeing a parking reduction compared to city standards of roughly 2,000 spaces. And I apologize, I'm doing this from memory. And that all just has to do with time of day factors, parking that might be available at Cal State Fullerton, things of that nature. Does that address your question?
Yeah. So then within that parking district, there would be 0.95 spaces per unit with an open space that could then be shared.
So yes and no. So this is where it gets a little complicated. The other component that we wanted to account for is if we move a couple thousand students into College Town that would otherwise be at Cal State Fullerton, there's going to be parking available now at Cal State Fullerton that's currently being utilized today by commuter students. So that's all incorporated in the shared parking assessment. So it's not necessarily a straight answer as far as the number of spaces per unit as much as the amount of spaces that are being shared with Cal State Fullerton and the demand generated by those students. So that's all accounted for in the assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a pretty complicated process to go through for that. Thank you.
A couple of questions related to parking too. First off, how far beyond the boundaries of the college town specific plan would this parking management district likely go? What would the impact be if you happen to say be in one of the residential areas, adjoining that? And then secondly, could somebody tell me what the cost of parking at Cal State Fullerton is now per semester for the students?
So I'd like to ask Karen Gully to address the parking management district.
Good evening, Karen Gully with Placeworks. The first part of your question had to do with the parking management district and the area outside of College Town that could be included. Those boundaries will ultimately be decided upon once the parking management district is established. What we've shown in the specific plan at the back of the document is an initial boundary that really is the same boundary as the districts that you have today. So they can be expanded, it can be contracted. It'll really evolve over time as the needs change. And what was the second part of your question?
Twofold. How far beyond the boundaries of the specific plan? So today, does it go west of State College? And maybe I missed that as I was scanning through all the documents, but you have residential that's exactly west of State College. You have residential that's south of Commonwealth, or Chapman, and at the intersection of Commonwealth. Would that all be part of the parking management district as well?
I'm trying to find that map in that section. Give me 1 second.
And while she's looking, I can answer your question about parking permit fees at Cal State Fullerton.
Okay.
They're currently $229 per semester, and they will increase to $236 per semester beginning July 1, 2016. And this is according to the Parking and Transportation Services page on the Cal State Fullerton website.
So if I can interrupt you, with regard to the parking, especially for the residential component of it and the college students, the prospective college students that may reside there, will the parking be made available as part of their rental unit, or are they going to be charged for their parking?
There are really two ways that parking is treated in this plan. The first way is the traditional way that we have with any kind of zoning document where there's a parking ratio for a particular land use. And I believe in this case it's 1.95 unit stalls per residential unit. So if there was a project that was constructed prior to the establishment of the parking management district, that is the ratio that would apply. If there was a parking management district established that allowed for the management of shared parking resources, so essentially you join this parking management district, you agree that, yes, I have off-peak availability of my parking spaces. Let's say a shopping center, for example. All the stores are closed by 9 o'clock. So they agree as part of being in this parking management district to allow a residential project nearby to use some of the parking that's there for their residents in the evening. If that were the case, that could serve to reduce the amount of required parking at the project that was being constructed, but it is based upon participation in the parking management district. So if there is never a parking management district established, projects could still be constructed, but they would have to construct to the higher parking ratio.
And so how will use of the parking and the different parking spaces in the management district be assigned to different people who are I guess, shareholders or stakeholders? For instance, if you reside there, is there anything there in the parking management plan that would, or in our specific plan that we're looking at adopting tonight, that would actually preclude them from being able to charge fees to allow for parking?
There isn't that level of detail to it right now. That would all be part of the design of the parking management district, would be establishing those usage rules, the fees that could be charged, any of those sorts of things. So that's not currently part of any of the recommendations before you tonight.
Can I add something to that then? So the idea would be that there would be a single rate, so no one property owner is charging more or less than anyone else. Those that are part of the parking management district would all be charging the same rate and sharing the same pool of spaces. We have modeled this parking management district after a very successful one at Arizona State University, and it is many years now in operation. Many private property owners, commercial property owners have joined that parking management district over time because they were having trouble keeping students from trying to park on their site. So instead of, having security guards and signs up, they in turn joined the parking management district and they began to manage parking overall and cleared up a lot of issues. So does that answer the question on the cost?
That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Yes. And then in terms of the district itself, if I know you all have a copy of the specific plan, on page 167 in the back is a conceptual map that shows the potential boundaries of the parking management district. And these boundaries only reflect what is currently under some type of parking restriction. And those parking restrictions are currently managed by the City of Fullerton. The idea of the parking management district is that this district would now take over that responsibility and would also take over the responsibility of working with the different neighborhood groups to set the right restrictions and have funds for better enforcement and cleanup. And to the extent that right now the city does charge a nominal fee, I think it's like $20 a year for a parking permit. The concept is that those permits would be free to residents. So those are the kinds of things that a parking management district can do for an area like this. And the details are still forthcoming to you. And it will be a much more detailed and robust program. And you'll have a pretty long set of a lot of information to go through when that does come back to you.
I had a couple more questions just about total residential unit count. It seems that throughout the different documents, they're varying, potential or total potential units. I've seen as much as 4,340 residential units. Consistently, it seems to be about 3,400 units, and then I've heard again, just referred to a little bit ago, 3,600 units. So I wanted to understand that a little bit better, and because I had another question, I guess, going back to parking.
Hi, Charles Kovac, housing manager. The statistics in the document, right now there's around 900 existing dwelling units in the Collegetown area. This plan could add 3,400 above those 900, so that's kind of like a net increase. And so the total is roughly, doing the math, 4,300 total at complete build-out, if you consider the 900 being replaced and redeveloped over time and everything.
Okay. And then, so next question, I also saw a count that something, it appears as though there were 12,071 residents that would be added, I guess, as a result of the 3,400 units. And so then I was doing the math, and it looks like that's about 3.5 residents per unit.
Roughly, I think 3.75 is the factor that was involved.
Okay. So then 3.75 residents per unit, potentially with 0.95 parking spaces per unit. Well, right. Well, 0.95, and so, yeah.
So 3.75 is a little bit of more background on how these numbers are derived and what they're used for. 3.75 occupants per unit is the City of Fullerton's average occupancy rate. So that is what is used to calculate the overall potential total number of residents that could be generated by a project of this type if it were built out 100% to the maximum development scenario. So some units could have 3.75, some could have 1. And the number, again, is derived for the use of understanding what the total long-term environmental impacts could be. It is not necessarily a predictor of how many people will be there. So,
thank you.
I have a question about Network Plaza. Would this be considered university property, and would they be actually developing that open space and park as university, or is that city property? Who actually would be responsible for developing Netwood Plaza?
The ownership of the property is a mixture of both Hope International Hope International University and Cal State Fullerton. The city would, if the city were to abandon that component, the fee title of the property would be to the universities. That said, it would be required to have a public access easement over the property and would be open to the public at all times. The responsibility for the cost of developing the improvements, there are a variety of identified funding mechanisms in the plan, such as a property-based improvement district, for example, that could be used to generate that funding. There is not yet an identified funding source for those improvements.
And what about all these traffic mitigation measures? Is that also the responsibility of the city, or?
Sure. The traffic mitigation measures would be the responsibility of developers based on a fair share percentage of their impact to the system overall. So another component of the mitigation measures is that there has to be performed a citywide traffic nexus study, we call it, which is where all of the needed traffic improvements throughout the entire city, these are not pavement so much as circulation improvements, have to be identified and costed out and then portioned out over potential development throughout the future. That then derives a fee that can be used to be charged whenever a new development is constructed. They pay a traffic impact fee. And it is then used to fund a portion of those improvements. That money is gathered and collected over time. Then, based on the priority of the improvements, the improvement is paid for. In the case of College Town, the mitigation measures, the traffic impact mitigations that Mr. Miller outlined would have to be in place prior to new developments being completed or prior to Nutwood closing. Therefore, it's possible that one developer would have to front load, essentially, those funds in order to construct those improvements. Or there could be, we wait until enough money has been put away to fund these improvements in the future.
So I have a couple of questions with regard to some of the items and some of the improvements we talked about. So going underneath the 57 freeway, we made reference to actually changing out the abutments. You don't necessarily need any more right-of-way. You just need to make more efficient use of the space that's there. How's that been costed out? That seems like it's an expensive proposition.
Yeah, there have been some preliminary cost estimates done, so I'll have Charles discuss those.
Okay, and with regard to the abandonment and vacation, have we identified the amount of the exact space that's being vacated? And then have we conducted an appraisal of that vacation so that we know what its worth is?
No.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Gambino, if I could also add, we wouldn't ordinarily do any type of assessment or appraisal because it's not our land. It's given back free.
So
they do not acquire it. They already own. It would
so
be
the fee ownership goes to the center line. So they
That's
had
correct.
the reversionary right, but
Correct.
the city enjoys an easement over it.
Right, and we would retain that.
So, but we would retain it for different purposes. We wouldn't retain
Correct.
it for highway and right-of-way purposes. We would be just for easements for
Public access.
utilities, things like that, because I'm sure there's a host of utilities underneath
Correct.
the street. But since then, by doing that, then they would allow them the freedom to be able to use the space. Therefore, there's a value to it. So, for instance, if he were to actually abandon a piece of real estate, and if they were able to get free ownership, free and clear, it'd be worth $30 a foot, whatever it might be. But if it's diminished with easements for utilities, et cetera, that may only be worth $5 or $10 a foot, since it's not something that you can build on free and clear and build buildings or whatnot. So I'd imagine there still isn't a value to the real estate, even if it's burdened with easements for only for utilities, but not necessarily for right-of-way. So by us vacating the right-of-way for streets, there's still a value that's being realized by the underlying owner.
That's correct.
Okay, so have we done an appraisal to determine what that value is?
No, I would think the only entity that would be interested would be the assessor's office, because they'd be reassessing the value of the property based upon that abandonment and any restrictions placed on that access. We could abandon an alley. We've abandoned many alleys in the past, and there is no appraisal that's done. It's just relinquished back to the adjoining owner.
But an alley would be one thing. A major connection to a freeway and a major thoroughfare that's 100 feet wide is another. But an appraisal wasn't done.
No.
And I'm sorry. To answer your question about the costs on the improvements at the 57 have been estimated, and this is about a year and a half ago, around $700,000, with the primary cost being the retaining walls for the tiebacks being around $160,000.
In taking a look at the right-of-way up on South Street, or I'm sorry, on Chapman, because it looks as though one of the exhibits that you had shown was actually opening up a lane of traffic on south side of Chapman heading east. It would impact an existing residential street that's there. So it seems as though now that existing residential street that's there, they may not have that full width, and so they may be somewhat inhibited with what they can do there on their street. Is that correct?
Correct. There's actually two possibilities. It is within the public right-of-way, so it's not acquiring any residential property. And the frontage, what we're calling the front of Chapman frontage road, is approximately 30 feet wide, curb to curb, with on-street parking on one side, which would be the residential side. The two scenarios are we would need about 24 feet for the street, so we're going to take about 6 feet of the roadway to construct a median and a sound wall. And that would either be a two-way street with no parking, or it could be a one-way street with parking. And that would be a discussion with the residents in the neighborhood. We haven't decided either way, but it would be about 24 feet
So the
wide.
impact would be either loss of parking for those individuals on that street, or their inability to travel two different directions, and they'd be limited to one direction.
Correct.
Those are the options. Okay. Actually, Mr. Miller, while I have you there, can you kind of briefly discuss the levels of service at each of the intersections? Because I know you, in very great detail, had talked about the different mitigation measures and traffic movements, et cetera. But what are the traffic levels of service now at those intersections existing, and what will they be after we go through this process?
Actually, I don't have those in front of me at this moment, but I could ask Mr. Jason Pack, since he was the engineer that did the analysis. I think he has them readily handy. So you want to go through each of the intersections?
I just wanted to know what levels of service, what it looks like before and after with regard to levels of service.
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
And then one last question actually for Mr. Hoppe in engineering. Did you actually investigate the potential for additional right-of-way on the north side of Chapman? Because if it looks as though the concept is to eliminate Nutwood, then we would actually have tried to make improvements to Chapman, put the further burden on Chapman. So part of it would be obviously adding the south lane, the lane on the south side heading east. But that's only half the equation. The other half of the equation would be getting off the freeway and heading west on Chapman. Have we looked at the additional rights-of-way, which would be, I guess, through the Vanguard property and establishing values for that, et cetera?
I can answer that for you. Actually, there would be no additional right-of-way on the north side. The road is wide enough. We'd actually modify the interior median on Chapman.
So the only burden would be within the existing right-of-way that we have, but it'd be just further to the south along those houses we talked about. Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir. Jason?
All right, and just to address your question as far as existing operations, do you want me to go through all the intersections that were evaluated, or just the ones that were identified?
The five major ones that he had. What is the level of service before and after?
Under existing or cumulative conditions?
Existing, and then what would the proposed would be when this project's fully realized?
Okay, so existing conditions currently at State College in Yorba Linda is F during the AM peak hour, P during PM peak hour. And with the mitigation measures, I do not have a slide with me on this.
These are items in the EIR, correct?
Correct. It's all in tables in the EIR as well as in the traffic study that would be appended to the EIR. The next intersection would be intersection 11, Placentia at Nutwood. It's currently at C. We identified that the project would impact that location. That the project would, hold on a second. I've got that backwards. All right, so the next one that Mr. Miller had talked about was, apologies, I was looking at the wrong line. State College at Chapman Avenue. State College at Chapman is currently level service F. The project will continue, it will still be level service F, and the mitigation measures would essentially offset the project impact that was identified there. Next intersection, I'll switch to Commonwealth at Chapman. Commonwealth at Chapman it's currently at level service C/D, AM to PM, and then the project would degrade it, and the project mitigation measures would bring it back up to acceptable. 57 at Chapman is currently level service F in the PM peak hour. Project degrades it, and then the mitigation measures would bring it back up to acceptable. It's the southbound ramps, and northbound ramps, level service F existing, and the mitigation measures bring it back up.
Thank you.
Apologies for looking at the wrong lines.
While you're at the podium, when you say it will, the mitigation measures will make it acceptable, does that mean we have an improvement in letter grade from F to D, or are they?
In many cases, it's an improvement in letter grade. Sometimes it's an offset of the project impacts.
Okay.
Because you cannot require new development to pay for existing deficiencies. So the project is required to mitigate its impact, but can't go out and fix something it's not responsible for.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think we missed one of the intersections, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have Dorothy and State College as well?
Yes, thank you. That was actually in a response to comments, so I was looking at the wrong report for that one. Dorothy and State College, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm doing this by memory. I think currently it's acceptable, and with the project, I believe it was acceptable, but under the cumulative condition was when we were seeing the need for that extra left turn lane coming out of the college. So that would bring it back up to acceptable. Thank you. State College and... Oh, I was mistaken. So State College and Dorothy during the AM peak hour is level service E, and then the mitigation measure brings it back up to acceptable, I believe. But I'll have to go back and verify that. I can get that for you.
And when Jason says response to comments, he means the response to comments document that was prepared for the environmental impact report.
I have a question about that sort of, just want to make sure I understand how the larger picture, what I can see is a larger picture question. The city of Fullerton is plans for the city of Fullerton. The university and its responsibilities for environmental within its boundaries reports through the state system, and the city has no control over how they go about, or other than to comment. Is that correct? Do we have? They don't submit anything to us and say we plan to expand the university. Therefore, we would like to get a conditional use permit or a zone change. It's a blank slate as far as the city's concerned, as far as any ability to regulate the university in that respect.
Yeah,
am I correct?
In general, that's true. This is actually very unusual. It's not usual that a municipal jurisdiction and a state university would put together a plan like this. For that very fact, the state is a sovereign entity. They aren't subject to the city's zoning rules. So through this process, the universities, the State University, Hope, and the city looked at putting together a comprehensive plan in partnership with each other. And the state essentially, the university essentially agreed to subject themselves, if you will, to the standards that would be put about in the College Town specific plan. The benefit to them also is that the environmental analysis would have already occurred. So were the plan, were they to go their own way, if you will, then you're right, we would become a responsive agency, a responsible agency. We would not be the lead agency. And so our objections, if there were any, would have to be communicated through that process as just someone responding to a project that they were putting together, but for which the city had no jurisdiction or decision-making authority.
I had a question. In review of the documents, it seems the city of Placentia had some concerns for the traffic at some of the surrounding intersections, and I was curious. They noted in detail some of their concerns. Have those been further addressed?
Hello again. Impacts, and let me rephrase this. City of Placentia submitted comments on the draft traffic study and the draft EIR, and all of their questions that they had asked for were addressed in the response to comments. So that included looking at, I believe, one additional intersection in the city of Placentia, as well as providing some clarification on some of their questions.
Okay, so would that explain then? I think one of their biggest concerns was Placentia and Chapman, that intersection. And I think that one of the slides earlier proposed that there would be a separate turn lane I added between, I guess that would be east of the 57 freeway approaching. It would be a right turn lane, presumably to get on, I guess, onto the 57 freeway.
Yeah, correct. Essentially, we're identifying the need for 6 lanes from the 57 northbound ramps all the way back through, actually all the way to the Placentia Avenue intersection. So basically lane widening and lane modifications through there.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions of commissioners? Okay, hearing none, it's time to open it up to public comment. And I would like to ask everybody to think about maybe consolidating concerns and responses and looking at the number of people that we have probably that want to speak. We're going to limit the responses at the podium to 2 minutes tonight. Do I have any comments? Sir, you'll have to come up and use your 2 minutes. So, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody, correct? Okay. So please fill out a comment card before you come up, and please also identify yourself by your name and what city you live in. I'm assuming most of you live in Fullerton, but some may be from Placentia. Also, keep in mind with your comments what we are here to be discussing tonight. We are not going to be able to solve problems of parking and things like that tonight. We're here to discuss potential specific plan, policy, things like that. So please try to limit your comments to the topic that we're here for tonight. Thank you very much.
If I could add one other thing that I learned from my term here, there'll be probably a lot of questions. People with a lot of questions. I'm sorry, I'm still not close enough to the mic. Let me just here's a helpful. I think it found it to be a helpful observation. You may have questions that you would like to have answered, but we're deliberating. We're taking testimony because we cannot engage in that kind of back and forth. You can ask the question, we get answers for you, but we can't back and forth questions and answers from the podium. If that's correct.
So be sure and state your question clearly, and then we'll try to get a response from the city or a correct person tonight. Or at least be able to direct you to that. But we cannot answer any questions directly.
And for those people who have already turned in their speaker card, our Secretary Janet Ragland will be calling your name and number.
Okay, Janet, number 1.
Speaker number 1, Linda Kramer.
Good evening. My name is Linda Kramer. Right. My name is Linda Kramer. I've lived in Fullerton since 1956, 60 years. I grew up within a mile of Cal State Fullerton, and for the past 23 years I've lived 2 short blocks. So I'm very familiar with the traffic and the parking situation. I'm totally opposed to closing Netwood. I find that it only inconveniences the residents, The students still have Nutwood access to the 57 freeway, and I can't see why we would possibly need a park area in the middle of Nutwood so that they can socialize. They would once again be the ones that use that. It's supposed to be open to the public, but the public isn't going to go in the middle of campus and go to the park. I'm also opposed to the additional 3,400 residential units. As was stated, it adds 1.95 cars per unit, which is basically 6,630 cars. Additional vehicles in an already well over-congested area. And I don't understand why we need to have such increased density in the area. And as an aside, as my friend Marilyn would say, I don't understand why we have to have 5 to 10-story buildings. If I wanted to be in a city like that, I'd be moving to downtown LA. The residents of Fullerton have made this their home. The students are really here for a short period in their life, a few years. I wrote a few other little notes. And just as another aside for the parking management, I live in Fullerton in one of those 1-hour restricted zones, which is very seldom policed by the city and issued tickets. The students know that they can park there and won't be ticketed because it's just very seldom anybody coming out there. This is almost like being at the Oscars. I'm going to be one of those people that doesn't follow the rules. And really, in conclusion, I don't know how many of you live in that area. If you do, then you would know what we deal with on a day-to-day basis, and it would really be nice to have the voice of the residents heard as opposed to perhaps a larger university. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker number 2 is Dennis, and if speakers number 3, 4, and 5 could go ahead and line up.
Good evening, and thank you for being here and helping us and listening to us so well. My name is Dennis Deuce. I live at 800 North Mountain View, the corner of Nutwood and Mountain View. And I had a 5-minute speech I'd like to give to you, but I'm not already. Sorry. Start over. At any rate, I had a 5-minute dissertation that I'd like you to hear, but we're going to condense it down. I am opposed to the closure of Nutwood, but I am not opposed to a reasonable solution to the problem. And my solution is not an underpass, but rather an overpass for the pedestrians. Something as simple as a wide overpass, a grassy knoll, if you will. If they close Commonwealth and make that a transportation center, that would give Nutwood the stop right there. There would be no reason to turn on Commonwealth. All right? You could have a beautiful Americans with Disabilities sloping overpass over it. Grassy knoll, a gazebo on the top, maybe a fountain, walkways, flowers, who knows? Wouldn't be my decision. But Nutwood could stay open, and Nutwood could stay open with 2 lanes in each direction. Okay, down the center of Nutwood and down in Mission Viejo or Laguna Niguel, I'm not sure. Down in that area to avoid jaywalkers crossing the cross, they have a fence, a beautiful fence, but it's a fence that goes right down the middle of the street. And this would be the solution to the problem, okay? Keep Nutwood open, have 2 lanes in each direction, and therefore have an opening over it, okay? People want to talk about an underpass. How much does the State College underpass cost right now to go under the railroad tracks? It is very, very, very expensive. If we did an overpass, it wouldn't be nearly as expensive, and it could easily be done. And I think that's a solution to the majority of the problem we have here. The 10-story high-rises were all up to the developer. It's not an issue that I need to worry about right now. In conclusion, and I have my 30 seconds left, I want to say this, and this is based on the 2010 U.S. Census. There are 5,000 residents west of State College in eastern Fullerton. There are 3,000 residents south of Chapman near that college area. There are 2,000 residents north of Yorba Linda, Fullerton Creek area in that area. That is 10,000 residents that are directly influenced by the closure of Nutwood. Please, we all know what happened to Coyote Hills. Let's not have that happen again. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Maureen Becerra, and I live in the Fullerton Creek neighborhood. So I know I'm timed. I had something else I was going to talk about, but I'm going to touch on some of the things that were discussed earlier by the people this evening. One of the things that I heard was an assessment, and it might be incurred by the residents of the neighboring areas. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that, because I don't understand why I would be, or people in my neighborhood would be responsible for paying for this project. With the traffic flow and all the different things that would need to be done, I don't know how we would accommodate the bike lanes or even the pedestrians that utilize the area going to and from the high schools and the college in the area. I think this whole project would impact the quality of life for all the residents in the surrounding area. The parking space allotment, the 3,400 potential resident units, and the 1.9 parking spaces, the math doesn't add up. There's definitely not enough parking. And when there's discussion about overflow parking, our neighborhoods are already impacted by the overflow of the current student population at Cal State Fullerton. And they're actually reducing it even more, where the city's going to start citing the students that are parking in the Acacia Park area, and I think over by Chapman Park, which would impact more parking. I don't think the residents want more cars in the neighborhood. We already we're already impacted by the overflow right now. And I feel bad for the Cal State Fullerton students who are paying $500 plus a year for parking, and that's why we're seeing that overflow in our neighborhoods. I personally don't want private enforcement in my neighborhood. We have the Fullerton Police Department. I don't want a private security firm floating through my neighborhood, either citing cars or enforcing that in my particular neighborhood. The retail lots that surround State College and Chapman, if you've ever gone into the shopping centers, it's actually very difficult sometimes to enter into any of those shopping centers on any of the corners, let alone exit the shopping center and to get back onto State College or to get back onto Chapman. Okay, I'm running out of time. One of the things I would ask the commission, if you haven't, I know that you've attended meetings and things like that, but if you haven't had an opportunity to actually go into that neighborhood, go on State College, go on Chapman, go into the surrounding neighborhoods during the school day and actually physically go down there and just see the impact of the traffic, the impact of the parking, and what it would do to the whole area in Fullerton, I think you'd be surprised. You'll find at 9 o'clock in the morning, every parking lot at Cal State Fullerton will have a sign that says full. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Hi, my name's Carl Anderson. I live at 621 North Mountain View, Fullerton. Lived there since '92. Seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood. I'm just really concerned about the traffic patterns. Somebody just said about 10,000 people live in the surrounding areas. We're going to add, 3,200 more, plus all their friends that come over and visit. Lack of parking. In Mountain View right now, I have to park often about 10 houses away to walk in my front door because the college students work there. We're one of the few streets that haven't been able to get the neighbors to get a consensus to put no parking out there and buy permits from the city. But when I try to get out of my neighborhood, I got a choice. I could go down Acacia, but Acacia's bad because in the morning there's the school crossing guard there. It's a gridlock area. You go down Dorothy Lane. You go down Nutwood to get to the freeway in the morning. In the afternoon, it's packed. You can't even go that way. Nutwood is packed. Chapman is packed. North State College, South State College, Yorba Linda Boulevard. Very often, it's really hard to get on the freeway. I try to go south. Acacia is open most of the time. State College is jacked up right now. Raymond, it's got a big turnaround. There's all this construction going on. It's very difficult to get around the neighborhood. Okay, then we have ambulances. We got fire trucks. We got police cars. You can't get around. You can't get around. It's gridlock. With this, you can ensure gridlock in the city. And I know I'm not supposed to ask any questions, but how do you guys get on this council? How do you get on? Who appoints you? Are you appointed by the city, and then you tell the city what to do? Is that what happens? Okay. And then who paid for the study? Who pays for the study? Is this taxpayer money at work coming down, you know? Yeah, where does this money come from to do this study? This must have cost $120,000. More than that, millions. Where did this money come from? Can you answer that? Karen? Answer later? Okay. That's all I got, you know?
My name is Peter Othmer. I've lived in Fullerton since before 70. And I finally had a house I could afford with somebody else. And now I see these property values just going to go down when they do this. If you think there's no traffic problem, go look at Chapman and State College in the afternoon. The left turn lane, you end up on Chapman trying to go to the freeway, and you stop and go all the way to the freeway. If you come off Nutwood and try to get on State College, it's in the afternoon. It's about 4 or 5 lights before you get out on Nutwood. So don't close Nutwood for any reason. And this nice lady here, she makes a chart, says Nutwood reconfiguration. The chart should say close Nutwood. Be honest. Can't we be honest with people what we're trying to do behind their backs? It's crazy. Now, if you want to see what it's going to look like, go look on Chapman. Ozzy's is at the corner there, and then there's a Chase Bank and a hamburger place. Those guys are hardly making it. They're going to be closing very soon. Now, if you put that same picture on State College, where you have very high rise and all these little shops underneath, that's crazy. It doesn't belong. It doesn't belong anything there. Now, the question I have for you, and you won't answer it, who owns the land in the first place? And when I went around to these shops, nobody knew about it, yet the slide said, oh, we told everybody for years, and how come nobody knows that's in these shops? They're smart and final. We finally have a very nice shop there for groceries and things. Nobody in that place knows what they're doing or going to be done to them. Now, are you going to close all these businesses? Nobody wants to say. So a lot of cleaning up you have to do. I think the way Fullerton is behaving, they're going to be one of the next Stocktons. Very simple. If you look at the salaries the top people have, and they're trying to go on, no way.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you
I'm
very
not
much.
done yet. I listened for an hour and a half to crap that I couldn't hear because she wouldn't turn up the mics so we could hear. Excuse me, I have to ask you, how do you interact with the other people up the next level?
So we will answer your question when everybody has had their chance.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people tonight that want to
But I want
also
to do
talk.
one more thing for parking. You say the outside police are going to take it. I've talked to the policemen on campus, and they made about a ticket per person, and the money goes to the city of Fullerton, they claim, about $1.8 million or so a year.
Thank you,
And
sir.
Is that
Thank
true?
you very much.
They won't answer, probably.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Seminara. I own property at 1024 Ferndale, 1025 Ferndale, and 1024 Norman. I can present you a couple perspectives. My boys also went to Troy High School. Before they could drive themselves, I had to drive them to school every day. So I'm very familiar with the traffic nightmare that surrounds the area. I'd like to get the hours I spent sitting at Nutwood and State College back trying to get on the freeway. But we talk about levels of service. A lot of people don't understand what levels of service of intersections are. I served on the Transportation Commission here over 20 years ago when Mr. Miller and his predecessor told us the level of service at State College in Chapman was level F 20 years ago. Still has not improved. The mitigative measures will not raise the level of service. There's no reason to allow a density development with this level of density if that's the effect. It's simply not reasonable. As a property owner in the area, it's only going to devalue my properties. And it's a great neighborhood, and we can't allow that to happen. So the other approval of this specific plan basically enables the property owners to now sell these properties to developers to build these ridiculous high-density projects. So by approving this specific plan, in my mind, you're enabling and encouraging the people to overbuild this area. Therefore, it's completely unacceptable. So I encourage you as commissioners to represent the city and the people who are here and deny this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7.
Hello, everybody. This is my first time doing this, so excuse me, I'm a little nervous here. My name is Janice Tierney, and I live off of Oakdale and Dorothy Lane in Fullerton. And actually, I haven't been here as long as most people, but I've lived here for about 6 years in Fullerton. And since I moved to Fullerton 6 years ago, I've noticed an increase in traffic off Dorothy Lane and State College. Because of the nature of my job, I use all the freeway entrances for the 57, both south and northbound, and that would include Yorba Linda Boulevard, Chapman freeways, on-ramps. Currently, the traffic is terrible during peak rush hour. By closing Nutwood and introducing College Town, I see the traffic only getting worse. In addition, the noise level, I'm sure, will be increased as well. Also, somebody mentioned before, I am in the medical field, so emergency vehicles such as ambulances, fire vehicles will have less access for residents. One of the reasons why I chose this particular area was because of the freeway accessibility, because of my job and how critical it is to get to the hospitals, and I just see it getting worse if this is to happen. So that's all I have to say. And one last thing, what is the community benefit to this?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Harris. I live at 605 Mountain View, and I've been a resident since about 83. Went to school here at Fullerton City and Cal State. My concerns are really to the audience because, in my opinion, this is a fait accompli. They will approve it, and it is your job to get behind the opposition. Use social media. Be aware. This is not, as Joe has said, this is not the only item that this city is trying to get through. And I'd like to introduce somebody very fundamental to all of these projects. Her name's Heather Allen. Heather, are you here? Can you stand up and introduce yourself?
No, and you should be addressing us, not the public.
Well, it's my time, so I'll do as I like. Thanks. Anyway, there's rationale behind all these projects, and it's money. Yeah. So the city is in debt, and it has been reported, and I know you guys won't answer, that there will be a direct payment per unit once the construction is done. And that's supposedly $11,700 per unit. That totals $39 million, people. So anyway, that's about all I'm going to say. And be aggressive, be active. Don't let them bully you. Thank you.
You know, Madam Chair, if I can add one thing, Madam Chair, I think if you wanted to criticize us, please feel free to do so. And I want you to know that I think a lot of us have a lot of sympathy for you guys, and so you'd be surprised what our viewpoints are. But what doesn't sit well with any of us are the personal attacks on staff or even singling them out. That's unfair, and I think nobody up here should have to tolerate that. So if you could do me a favor, leave staff out of this because it's not fair to attack them.
Thank you, Peter.
Good evening. My name is Gina Arriaga, and I live right on Commonwealth and Chapman. So it's going to affect me in many ways. My main concern, which hasn't been brought up except for more than once, is the pedestrian traffic. Yeah, you can put all the lanes you want, but with the people walking from one end to the next, you get one car per light. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You can't get out of your driveway. You can't make any turns. People are stuck on those streets because the pedestrians are holding up the traffic. And if the light could say red, the light could say stop, and they're walking across, and we can't make any turns. We can't even get on the street because they don't stop walking. My other concern that I have, of course, is widening the street because you're going to get on my street now, which I'm sure is going to affect my whole street down the way. But yeah, I'm very concerned about that because the first paper I got was this one that said, do you want to see this in front of your home? And now I'm going to see a wall, possibly a wall for sound. I didn't buy the house to have a view of a wall or to have this much space for my car, if even I get space for my car. Yeah, I'm really upset. I'm sorry, I'm shaking and everything because it just upsets me like everybody else that has bought homes here because we like it here, we love it here. Our kids have gone to school here, they're going to college here. We bought it for this reason, we're here for this reason, and now we have no choice, like the gentleman said. And I really would appreciate a little bit more sympathy on the fact that the street's going to cut into my street, and I really don't want to see a wall. I don't.
Thank you.
Speaker 10. Number 10, Stephen Lamott.
Thank you, Chair, Planning Commissioners. My name is Steve Lamott. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Building Industry Association of Orange County. I might not get too many applause here tonight, but we are here tonight to show support for the project. I know there's a lot going on going forward that you have to work on, but just by a quick way of background, the BA is a nonprofit trade association representing over 1,100 members, as well as over 100,000 employees here in the Orange County region, all within the home building industry. We are an active stakeholder in the city of Fullerton and have been for many years. We do look forward to continued implementation of this plan, and we are excited about the wonderful opportunities to enhance the local community. By moving to specific plan zoning, we believe offers future developers consistent and transparent options and establish a guide characterized by the geographic features and land uses of this area. Additionally, we feel this plan before you adequately considers what growth will look like in the future, creating a more walkable and pedestrian-friendly environment for the local residents as well as college students. Just a quick reminder, according to the Southern California Association of Governments, we are expected to have a population increase about 430,000 over the next 20 years. And we believe that the future development here could possibly help that and alleviate traffic. So thank you very much.
Please keep your comments, please. Please keep your comments to yourself. Thank you.
Speakers 11 through 15.
And at Speaker 15, we're going to take a short break. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Al Hinsberger. I've lived for 30-plus years in this local area in Fullerton. I'm a CSUF alumni. Two items I'd like to comment on. First, major concern in regards to the number of housing units. 3,400 more housing units are going to be put in this small area that is being proposed. This will certainly have serious impacts on so many area residents who have lived here around the project for so many years and have already had to deal with ever-increasing numbers of people and traffic before this expansion even gets started. It's hard to imagine how much more difficult it will be to get around the area should this project get approved, and particularly if the unnecessary Nutwood closure is approved as proposed. That closure is definitely a want and not a need for this project. Secondly, regarding, which is closest to my home, the Chapman and State College intersection, according to the design principles statement, the goal is to create a new front door for CSUF. Unfortunately, picking the worst intersection in the project area for that door will not give anyone accessing the area a good feel about College Town as they fight through an F intersection before and after the project is completed. I have to take exception to the gentleman who spoke saying it was going to be mitigated somehow. It is not going to be mitigated after the things are done. It currently is very difficult and dangerous to use, which I often do both driving and as a pedestrian. Planned steps to improve it are minimal at best. At every community meeting when it is mentioned, the response from planners is that it is an unavoidable adverse impact which cannot be mitigated. I'm greatly concerned for all when up to 13,000 new residents and many more people will be coming to the area to use it in the future. Thanks.
Good evening, Council, Commissioners. My name's Conrad DeWitt. I'm a longtime resident of Fullerton in the area impacted, and that doesn't mean I'm close. The area of impact is a really large footprint of our city. All of the presentations are from city employees, and the beneficiaries are not identified. The people who are adversely affected are here, and there is a lot of consideration being developed to help out those who are adversely impacted. But we don't know who's the beneficiary. There's articles, little bits, that the college, Cal State Fullerton that is, would benefit with additional students. If you have a good product and if you're located well in your college, you'll have students. If you have no facilities for students, you have to really think about things. Right now, the students do not pass through college easily. There are choke points, but the college constrains the students. As far as changing the configuration of the college from a commuter school to a residential school, all this does is just exacerbate problems, but it doesn't solve them. The solution is obviously the telecommuting and the online colleges. There was a mention of Arizona State University. Arizona State University just did an ad as I was coming here about their online degree program and advertising for it.
Thank you.
They're advertising to Californians.
Thank you.
That's the solution for Cal State Fullerton. And it does not impact us, but it benefits the school and the students.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn Davison. I can talk fast, so I'm going to jump around. Some of you guys know me that I've lived here since 1964. My family's bought homes here, and luckily we have a home to sell our kids. Because nowadays, kids aren't even be able to buy a home. They're renting apartments, 10-story high-rises for $2,900 for a two-bedroom. Pretty sad. But anyway, I have two college kids, one that went to Cal State Fullerton, bought a permit, and live at Chapman in Acacia. He couldn't even park in the parking structure because it was full. So he had to go home, drive his bike to school, come back to get his car because he works. Okay, then I have a daughter that went to Sonoma State, which is a commuter. I mean, it is a college town. There's a park, It's not for Fullerton. Fullerton is a commuter town. This is our town. It's not college town. This is not a college town. So to build 10-story high-rises, are you aware that our fire trucks only go to 8 stories? So good luck to 9th and 10th. And the health official that fire trucks aren't going to be able to get through. What about the trucks? We're going to put all these lanes to make for all these cars. So the truck drivers won't even be able to come. Smart and Final took out the light at Chapman and State College, if you're aware. And the builders, I'm a realtor. So, yes, builders make money. So you want 10-story high-rises so you can build all these beautiful $2,900 a month for a two-bedroom apartment, which is absurd, which is more than most people's house payment. So if you're a homeowner, congratulations. The new community will just be renters. And you're going to approve 10-story high-rises and close down a public street. So we have fire departments impacted, trucks impacted. And let me tell you, my daughter lives 6 girls in a house. They all had to go to work. They had 6 cars. You don't have an apartment with 1 car per person. You have 6 kids, you're going to have 6 cars. I have one that went to Cal State Fullerton, one that went to Sonoma. They got to work, and they got to commute. We don't have public transport. Unless you're in San Francisco, you have the BART, and they can't have cars because they can't afford it.
Thank you very much.
So think about your fire trucks. They go to 8 stories.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Nothing can be more than 8.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Michael Badal. I'm the ASI President at Cal State Fullerton, so Student Government President. I would like to offer support for the College Town specific plan. And I have been a resident of Fullerton my whole life, and I live in the neighborhood just west of our campus, the intersection Dorothy and Acacia. The College Town plan accurately reflects the reality that the area south of campus will continue to change over time, and planning together for the future is critical. An extremely positive impact that I've had and I have felt is the recent increase of our residential population on campus by nearly 2,000 students. This created a positive residential community for students. Our population is far greater than 2,000 students. We have nearly 39,000 students on our campus, and that number is not going to shrink. The College Town specific plan accurately reflects that having a portion of that student body live adjacent to campus will in fact bring benefits to the city of Fullerton. One of the biggest benefits is building a relationship with these students to attract them to stay in this community far past graduation. With over 13,000 Titans already living in Fullerton, making this our hometown and inviting us in is going to become an exciting environment for us as students and want us to stay here and help the city prosper. There are cultural opportunities that will also be created by having a large civic space for the community adjacent to campus. Being able to host campus or community programming in an open civic plaza will bring new life to our neighborhood and campus. The student experience will blend with the residential experience, allowing for new community events and opportunities for residents to have entertainment such as farmers markets, concerts in the park in East Fullerton rather than having to drive downtown. The added benefit to Fullerton, as identified in the specific plan, is the lowering of vehicle miles traveled. Shifting students from commuters to residents will eliminate the fight for parking and congestion early morning with freeway. Thank you.
My name is Larry Lusar, number 15, so 16, get ready.
Well, we're going to take a little break right after you.
This ain't going to take long. Okay. You won't answer our questions. You say you're going to answer them afterwards?
Yes.
You got this guy with all these arrows and no Indians. Tell us how much all this is going to pay. Is that in his survey? I think you owe it to all these people here to tell them who's going to pay for all this road widening and all this. And the traffic you're going to put on Chapman and Yorba Linda is unbelievable. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, go park across the street there on Yorba Linda Boulevard and just watch the traffic. They're backed up from the freeway around State College, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse for the off-ramp. You know, that's what it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back to listen to the rest of everyone's comments. Thank you very much. The meeting is going to be called back to order. Thank you.
Oh, I know. Because they can't make it. They got so many people making so much money. It's unreasonable. I know. Good luck. Do you have a car? I do, actually. I do.
I'm not sure if we lost a few people during the break, but those that are out in the lobby may want to come in. There's some seats inside now. So I don't know how many are out there. Are there quite a few people outside? Yeah. Okay. Because it looks like there's probably about 20 seats in here. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Commissioners, my name's Paul Dudley. I've lived in East Fullerton for 30 years. You've heard it before. I'll say it again. You just simply cannot close down Nutwood. It makes no sense. We are terribly impacted by traffic now, and to do that would just make our lives much more miserable. I asked a city council member what was the community benefit for this plan. And that person looked at me very blankly and said, "That's a really good question, and I don't know the answer." So that's the question to you tonight. What's the community benefit? The 10,000 homeowners that live west of State College, what's the benefit to us for proceeding with this plan? I'm not opposed to housing. I think there's a legitimate debate whether 3,400 additional housing units is good for the community. Maybe it's something less. But closing Nutwood simply does not make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a pretty fancy setup here. My name is Stan Kohlenberger. I live at 1712 East Central in Fullerton. We're right next to Acacia Avenue. And my present office, I'm an architect, and I've had an architecture and planning firm in Fullerton since 1968. My present office and home address is 1712 East Central in Fullerton. And I haven't had all the information that has come out tonight, but I'll just go through this quickly. I've come to this meeting to discuss traffic in the area affected by College Town project. Information mailed to me outlines the project, which is composed of both residential apartments and commercial areas. In this study, I've made certain basic assumptions concerning apartment units. These are very conservative assumptions and based on two-story units. If more stories, three or four times are utilized as a multiplication factor so you can establish parking requirements. The site is 88 acres. Assume half is residential, the other half is streets and commercial, 30 units per acre. That's very conservative. If I multiply that out, I get 1,320 living units and 2 cars per unit, 2,840 cars requiring parking places. If we have more than 2 stories, like a 4-story, just 4 stories, you end up with a factor and end up with about 8,520. And this means the extra amount of parking will be required on street, 2,840 more or 3 times that. At this time,
Sir,
on-street parking is...
Can you please wrap it up?
At this time, on-street parking currently goes all the way to Acacia, 1.5 mile plus, for students not able to afford the cost of parking on the Cal State
Mr. Cullenberger,
campus.
Thank you very much.
I have one more sentence. From a traffic standpoint, assume 2 trips per day. That means 5,680 trips per day, or 3 times that, 17,040 trips per day. as dealing with traffic only. And this is,
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I'm an architect. I lay out parking lots. I find out where are all these cars going to be parked.
Thank you.
It's very simple.
Thank you very much.
Speakers 19 through 21.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Luis Estevez, and I am the Public Works Manager for the City of Placentia. This evening, I'm representing the City of Placentia for this public hearing on the proposed College Town project. The City of Placentia previously submitted comments on the draft EIR and expressed concerns about potential adverse impacts to Placentia that were not analyzed and disclosed in the EIR, and therefore were not mitigated, especially in the areas of traffic and circulation, parking, emergency services and response, parks and recreation impacts, and impacts to library facilities. Of utmost importance to Placentia are the adverse traffic circulation and parking impacts this project will create for the City of Placentia. Placentia commissioned a peer review analysis of Fullerton's traffic study, and the peer review noted that there were several flaws in the methodology used in the traffic impact analysis. In addition, assumptions were made in the Fullerton study that utilized best case scenarios and not necessarily real world scenarios. The analysis did not consider or analyze any potential traffic circulation impacts beyond Fullerton city limits, despite the close proximity of the project area to the City of Placentia. Our analysis has found that there will be significant traffic impacts at two intersections in particular, Placentia Avenue and Nutwood and Placentia Avenue and Chapman Avenue. The latter intersection already maintains a level service of F. The Fullerton study identifies impacts to this intersection west and proposes mitigation measures to lessen those impacts. However, the City of Placentia does not understand why impacts to Placentia residents were never considered, despite the fact that the intersection falls squarely on our two cities' borders. To say that this project as proposed will not have any impacts to Placentia is simply unreasonable and must be reconsidered. Placentia has had to implement residential parking permit programs in several neighborhoods along Placentia Avenue as a result of CSUF students parking in those neighborhoods. Again, parking impacts beyond Fullerton's border with Placentia was never considered, even though present-day conditions already impact Placentia and are sure to be exacerbated in the future as this area is developed. Fundamentally, 3,400 new potential residents to this area will have impacts to the City of Placentia. They will be driving on Placentia streets. They will have adverse impacts to our traffic circulation system.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The city is eager to work with Fullerton to fully identify and address those impacts to Placentia, to reach an amicable resolution, as well as identify and implement mitigation measures to eliminate those adverse impacts to our community.
Thank
we
you, sir.
respectfully
Thank
ask
you, sir.
the Planning
Thank you.
Commission to delay any action further on
Thank
the
you.
ERR project until such time those issues are addressed. Thank you.
Please keep your responses down and keep your comments to yourself. Thank you.
Speaker
18.
number 20, Tom Graham.
Good evening. Pleasure to be here. I've lived for 30 years on Commonwealth Avenue, 2541 East Commonwealth. I'd like to bring to your attention an article that appeared in the Daily Titan. The Daily Titan being a daily newspaper of the college. On January the 31st, one of the editors, Brandon Ross, wrote an article titled, "College Town Flunks Out in Practicality." I'm just going to read a couple of sentences from it. You can find his whole article at dailytitan.com. That's dailytitan, one word, .com. Go to the opinion page and then look back to January the 31st. 2 sentences about College Town flunks out in practicality. Not only is College Town a bad idea for the nearby residents of Fullerton, but it's a bad idea for Cal State Fullerton and Hope International University. Another sentence. According to collegiatestats.org, which is the website of Collegiate Stats, CSUF has the fourth largest student body in a four-year California institute, following USC, UCLA, UC Berkeley, respectively. CFU does not need to add more traffic to what is already a high-density area. Staff may not have the level of services of those traffic intersections tonight. I do. They're table 51313 and 51321. If you compare those columns of level of service, you'll find that, thank you, you'll find that 9 out of the 25 intersections are degraded in level of service. Many going from C to D, many going from E to F.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Sylvester, and I've lived here over 30 years. They've addressed most of what I was going to say, but the closing of Nutwood, you're going to make a disaster. It really is. I have 2 houses in Fullerton. My daughter lives in Chapman Park. I live over here on Nutwood by the junior college. You know, I'm impacted by the parking for that. But what you're doing, are you even considering the people that live here? Fullerton is a great town. My family's been here since the 1800s, okay? They're really, this high-density crap that you're doing, you're going to make it miserable to live here. You know, it's just amazing what you're doing. Didn't anybody care? That's what I don't understand. You know, what you're doing. You're going to destroy Commonwealth. You can't get out of Chapman Park now. You're going to have to address that. You say if the intersection's already an F, that they're not responsible to do anything for it because it's already an F, so the builders aren't responsible for that? Is that what I heard? I don't understand. So does that mean they don't have to do anything, or the city has to do it? You know, I don't understand. And the sound wall in front of all those houses on Chapman, how would you like it if it was your house and you're going to end up with a brick wall out your front door? What you're doing is with no regard to the people that live here. It's really wrong. It's really wrong.
Thank you.
My name is Norman Holmberg. I'm the old man. I've lived here 51 years in East Fullerton. Over the years, I've had a question about the officials of the city. My assumption always has been that nobody has ever been east of Harbor Boulevard. I would like you people and the city council to go in that area during the day, and I don't care where you're trying to drive, where you're trying to park. It is a total disaster. I live on Santa Isabel, about 4 blocks from the college, half a block from Chapman Park. Every day I have 3 cars in front of my house. I went to college back in the Midwest, and I compare this as what we used to call streetcar colleges. This is a commuter college. These kids say, I'm parking here because I paid to park, but I can't find a place to park. Now, they get out their bicycles. I understand they're not supposed to take them on campus. They get out their skateboards. What I'd like to have you do is, you know, all this fall are all about these studies. I used to tell college professors that you have all these theories, but you've always been in that ivory tower and never had a job. Practical application is completely different than theory. Okay, all these wonderful plans, closing Nutwood is the most idiotic thing I ever heard of. Chapman, you try to get from Commonwealth onto Chapman, forget it, because the cars are all lined up. We've got kids that are parking all the way down to Fender. You know where Fender, anybody know where Fender Boulevard is? Yeah. Don't know where Fender is. Okay. Hey, there you go. Okay. Santa Clara is the last street in our development. They're parking, 6 blocks from the college? All these kids are walking.
They're trying to get across the street at Chapman. Okay, that in itself is a pedestrian mess. But as far as the people that live there,
Thank you,
I
sir.
moved there
Thank you.
51 years ago for a residence. If I want a high rise, I'll go somewhere else.
Thank you.
Speakers 23 through 26.
My name's Chris Hutchinson. I live at 1512 Concord Avenue. My backyard faces State College. I can only see that if this goes through, that there's only mitigation to widen State College, and I will no longer have a backyard. And the property values, I'm not sure what's going to happen there. I was concerned on the sharing of information about the impact of having high rises next to the freeway and the pollution that they will receive. There was nothing about the pollution that I'm going to receive over my backyard because I have a high volume sitting on State College while I asphyxiate, and what kind of impact or what corrections I get for the pollution that I'm going to now breathe in that wasn't there before. So those are my concerns, not to mention it's just going to be one big gridlock. There's got to be other ways to do it. If the college is running out of capacity, I certainly think that the using the, what you call it, telecommuting, not whatever, online is the way to go. Making a bigger university in the same perimeter is just it's just going to make the residents suffer. I love this area; it's so peaceful. I guess that's going to be a thing of the past. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Janet Whitehead, and I also live in the Chapman Park area. And the first thing I want to say is that Chapman Park is a beautiful park, and the citizens of Fullerton are totally unable to use it during the week. The parking is completely taken up by the college students. If you were wanting to use that park as a mother with children and go to the playground, there is no place to park for you to utilize that park as it is. I have students in front of my house. That's fine, I'm at work. But the park should be able to be used by the citizens in Fullerton, and it's unable to do it. I have a concern, as the city of Placentia does, that there's nothing that was changing the problem with Placentia. There was no increase in lanes, nothing that has anything that was going to help Chapman and Placentia. At the present time, if you were to go to Home Depot or Sam's Club on a Saturday or a Sunday and you want to get back west on Chapman, it's impossible to do. I have to take Placentia up to Nutwood that you want to close, across Nutwood to Commonwealth to get to my home, because you cannot turn left from Placentia onto Chapman because the signals aren't cycled to be able to get through that intersection on the weekend. So how is it that you can shut down Nutwood when that's one of the only thoroughfares to be able to maneuver around the city? Much less that's my access from Commonwealth to Nutwood to Placentia to get to Yorba Linda Boulevard. So it makes for 2.8 acres that only benefits, no one has told me who it benefits yet, but it does not benefit we, though, that live in the city of Fullerton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Koskela. I moved into my home off of Nutwood Avenue about 40 years ago. Obviously, I was about 8 years old at that point. I want to thank all of you for your service to our city and sitting here listening to all this. It's not fun. Sometimes it's contentious, but that's the nature of it all. We depend upon you to provide guidance for the changes in development in our community and to keep Fullerton a great place to live in. As you carefully consider these things, we want you to evaluate this plan and the compromise to the integrity of our neighborhoods that it may very well bring. Assuming that the city closes Nutwood Avenue, it adds more traffic to our neighborhoods, creates an even longer wait to enter and exit the 57 freeway at Chapman Avenue, which is already gridlocked on a constant basis. Just imagine emergency vehicles trying to get through there. I don't care how many sound walls, how many easements you create, it's gridlocked, and it's only going to get worse. It creates more dangers walking and cycling in the pattern between Troy High School, Acacia, and all the other schools in the area, and to the university. It permits major development of high-density housing and commercial units, bringing in thousands of people and cars, taxes our water and sewer infrastructure. It jeopardizes the quality of life in the neighborhoods nearby, with the potential to lower the homeowners' property values. It creates a questionable net benefit for the university students as well, and that's been stated by more than one student who's looked into this. The research data given to us to support this development is specious, and the plan is ill-considered. I see no good reason for the approval of the College Town project by this commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Russ Corey, 1667 East Lincoln Avenue in Orange. My company owns University Plaza at Nutwood and Langsdorff. We also own College Square Shopping Center at Chapman and State College. As you can imagine, shutting down Nutwood Ave is a ridiculous notion. It will eliminate any source of traffic heading to my center to service the restaurants we have there. We're about to break ground next week on 4 more restaurants on that site to replace the building that burned down. Can you imagine if we had a fire there and a fire truck had to go under the 57 freeway, hit a roundabout, and try to get to put a fire out? How ridiculous that sounds. Not only that, if you were going to come to my office building or the restaurants, you'd go underneath the freeway or get off the freeway, hit the roundabout, racing to the opposite side of Nutwood to make a sharp turn into the access off of Nutwood. To me, that sounds a lot more dangerous than hitting a light and then making a U-turn. Shared parking is not going to work. I don't care what you say. I don't care what Arizona State University does. We pay thousands of dollars every year for security guards at both centers to tow cars off of our shopping center because the students park there. They even have learned that if they park their car, go into a restaurant, the security guard won't notice that they went in there and then sneak across and go to Cal State Fullerton. So that's not going to work. No management plan is going to work. And even if it did, and I charged for students to park there, who's going to come and get them out in the morning? Nobody's going to come out and move the students in the morning so that my tenants can receive their customers. It was stated that you were putting in, you were closing off Nutwood for safe passage for students across Nutwood Avenue. Why not? And my suggestion when I met with the city and the college, build a bridge like another gentleman mentioned, and that would work if you funneled them to the bridge.
Thank you, sir.
What happens to the city when the storm drain and water line breaks underneath? You're going to tear up the whole park to fix it?
Thank you very much.
You need to rethink it.
My name is Greg Witz. I live to the west of the project plan. The density proposed is way too high. My childhood home is in West LA. I've seen what densities of 8 to 10 story high apartment dwellings give. I want a community, not a traffic bound horn honking mess. The parking per unit proposed for the 3.75 students per unit is way too low. Not having enough parking there, what are they going to do? Buy parking permits in Cal State Fullerton and park on their parking structures. They're already overloaded. Where's Cal State Fullerton going to get another 6,000 to 10,000 parking spaces? Do not approve the zoning changes. Closure of network is not supported by the facts. The EIR states that the impact on our community is severe and can't be mitigated. But the EIR also states that if you leave Nutwood open, the impact to the project plan is minimal. You have a tough choice to make. Are you going to choose the severe impact on the community or the minor impact on CSUF? I hope you support the community. The planning of College Town is based on outdated numbers. The EIR documents that Cal State attendance records are already at their maximum that has been used in the project plan. I wish Cal State would be a good neighbor and provide accurate information from which you to plan with. Underreporting the students is going to affect the impact by 30 to 40%, which isn't in your studies. So it's not, the plan is not sufficient. Also excluded from the traffic study are all the intersections that go into the parking structures. Now, parking for Cal State is a major portion of this plan, of this area, and yet you didn't analyze Arts Drive, Gym Drive, or any of the drives going into those parking structures and how they are affected. I'm asking you, do not certify the EIR. Thank you.
Speaker 28, Connie Thompson. Speaker 29, Dan Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is Dan Sanchez. I've lived in Fullerton for over 30 years. My property backs up to State College, and these are some of the reasons why I think this is a no vote for College Town. First of all, I believe we have a water shortage. The governor says so anyway, okay? Please tell us, where are you going to get water for 3,400 new residents and businesses? Right now, they're asking us to conserve water by 50%. So where are we going to get the water? Traffic congestion. I live in Fullerton, right there by Nutwood. Every day I see the traffic. Does anybody here live in the east side? One person, two people. Okay, you know what we're talking about. Good. Too much traffic there already. Parking. Where are we going to get the parking? Nobody tells us really. Okay. Who benefits the most from college? Okay, the students don't. They've already told us in their newsletter they don't think it's a good idea. Okay, we know that already. The neighbors that are here, we know it's a bad idea. Changes. Okay, we like positive changes. We don't like negative ones. Okay, for us homeowners here, we get too much traffic, pollution, high-rise buildings, high taxes, more pressure on the city officials to conserve water, and who knows how much electricity and our emergency vehicles, gas, and on and on and on. There's a lot of problems there. Okay, I know I've talked a lot and have mentioned a lot of negative things here today. Don't misunderstand me or our neighbors. We think we have a great college here. The university is a great institution. We love our school and our town, but when you want to make big changes that affect the quality of our life, we're just like a family. We speak up. So please listen to the public.
Thank you.
We urge you to vote no on College Town.
Thank you very much.
My name is Steve Mullins. I'm Director of Operations at Hope International University. Our Vice President of Business and Finance, Frank Scotti, wanted to make a statement, but he had to leave on an emergency, so I'm going to read what he had to say. Hope International University became a partner in this project because we believed in value of long-term planning with the assistance of professionals that know the intricate details of successful projects similar to College Town and other locations throughout the U.S. College Town is modeled after 4 successful projects: the South Gateway Campus Project at Ohio State University, the Mill Avenue District at Arizona State University, Technology Square at Georgia Tech University, and Storrs Center at the University of Connecticut. Through careful planning and skilled collaboration, major education centers in the cities and communities that surround them found innovative ways to effectively address requirements for increased housing, parking, retail requirements, and profitable revenue to pay for the projects over time and well into the future. The above outlined universities and surrounding communities recognize the value of long-term planning rather than ignoring the realities of growth in population, education, and the effect of inadequate or aging housing and facilities. They also recognize the value of higher education in our society and proactively looked for solutions that could profitably address the above challenges for all concerned. Hope International supports the general plan revision before the Planning Commission and respectfully requests that the Commission members evaluate it on its short and long-term merits to the city and surrounding communities. On behalf of Hope International University, we thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Where do you live?
Please keep your comments to yourself. Show some respect, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to answer some questions here tonight. Who benefits from this? Not the residents. The beneficiaries of this project are the developers and the city staff, because there's going to be about $40 million going into the city's coffers, that at about $11,700 a door goes into the Parks and Rec budget. And I don't see anywhere written anywhere where that $40 million is going to go. I don't see that it's going to go buy a bunch of acres up in Coyote Hills. I don't see we're going to buy a ball field for all the kids that are stuck in their houses playing video games. I don't see any of that written anywhere. There's a bunch of people here that are very logical. They've made very good points tonight, including where's the water supposed to come from? Well, I'll answer that one, folks. There is no drought. The water's all under the ground. The state's got plenty of water. They just divert it. And if you want to build more of these high-rise, tilt-up monstrosities, the state will increase your water allocation. So stop killing your grass and going along with this fraud. The other bottom line here is that there are people on this commission that voted for the downtown core and corridor project that is 10 times worse than this. And I think whoever put these people in their positions need to be removed from office at the city council level. That's why I'm running. My name is Joe Imbriano. I'm a candidate for Fullerton City Council, and I plan on stopping this monstrosity in the making, this nightmare on Chapman. And I want to tell you, folks, you're going to have blood on your hands because people are going to get killed. People are going to get killed on their bikes. People are going to die because they didn't get to the hospital in time, because response time is going to be ridiculously low. These people who you represent, they're mad, and we're going to throw you out. If you pass this tonight, I guarantee I'll do everything in my power to make sure that you are exposed for what you've done to this city and what you've done with the with the downtown core and corridor project. And we're going to hope that you open your eyes to the fact that Brea hasn't been involved in this, and that Caltrans, I think, only went from Yorba Linda Boulevard to Commonwealth. I mean, what about Brea? Where's the city of Brea? They got any problems with this? Because everybody's going to be getting off in Imperial because they missed the exit. The parking, it's a nightmare. I could go on. Go to my website, thefullertoninformer.com. I'll have a good write-up on this tomorrow. Thank you.
My name is Diane Hickey, and I'm a Fullerton resident. I live on Hollydale. The traffic in this area is very bad in general, but near impossible in the mornings and afternoons when commuters and students attending Rosary High School, St. Juliana School, Acacia School, Troy High School, and Cal State Fullerton all converge. It is already a mess. The shopping areas are typically jam-packed, and most of the time I forgo doing any business in the nearby restaurants, grocery, or drugstores. In talking with neighbors, they are doing the same thing, and that is planning trips around the time it is least busy. The key word here is avoid, as in avoid the traffic. You end up avoiding doing business here, period. To hear that Fullerton is planning on closing Nutwood, a major artery in an area that's already too much traffic, defies reason. It shows complete lack of respect and regard for the homeowners, especially those closest to CSUF. I would not want to buy a house that was in an area so congested, and I cannot help but imagine that home prices will be adversely impacted. Packing so many people in a small area will necessarily degrade the quality of life for all of us. With more people comes more traffic, more crime, more everything. and there's not enough water. It's disgusting to witness what appears to be obstinate determination by CSUF and Hope University to close city streets and dominate the community to this point. The notion that growth is a good thing does not hold when the growth completely overtakes an already congested community, which this will do. I am for growth, but only when it is reasonable growth. This is clearly not. The city of Fullerton just gave a 6% pay raise to safety workers and approved a $2.8 million budget deficit for the next 2 years. Conservative projections are that this development will net the city $40 million. Is the city to sell off the town project by project until Fullerton has become a completely undesirable place to live? This is wrong. You need to vote no on College Town. Thank you.
Speakers 33 through 37.
How many speakers do we have altogether? Okay, thank you. No. Thank you.
Speaker 33 is Fred Johnson.
$34.
Speaker 34, Scott Hess.
Name is Scott, Fullerton residence. I live on Mountain View Place, and I don't want it to turn into College View Place. Chair and fellow commissioners, I want to thank you for volunteering your time, also for being on the commission. Also, Director Haluza and Project Manager Kovac have been really helpful in answering a lot of my questions in the last couple of days. I have three primary concerns. One is the project review process. The CSP precludes any further public hearing, such as requiring a conditional use permit, if the projects comply with all the development standards. And Director Haluza could correct me if I'm wrong, but if you ask that question afterwards, if they meet all the standards in the plan, is there any other further public hearing process? And the answer is no. And that does not conform to the transparency policies you have in your general plan or Fullerton plan. I'm trying to hurry up. Commissioner Dunlap, you had asked some questions on the parking. I instill in you to continue to drill down in that parking. Look at page 76, table 4, and all the little footnotes. There's no additional requirements for restaurant use more than what should be similar to citywide restaurant use parking. Also, it allows a 50% reduction and only a half a space designated per unit, and this is all regardless of the number of bedrooms, whether it's a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 3-bedroom. I recommend that you take out those standards and just adopt the citywide standards for residential parking. Lastly, the specific plan allows for 85-foot high structures without any building setbacks along Chapman Avenue and State College. On the opposite side of the street, you have single-family homes. This exceeds the current zoning for the property and will permit incompatible land uses with these existing single-family homes, which are valued, if you go to Zillow, they're valued $500,000 and $900,000. They don't need projects like University House on the other side. With the football size lighting they have on the top of University House, go 1 block south of Chapman. Okay, lastly, maybe the hybrid approach. Take out planning areas 1, 5, 6, and 7, and leave Nutwood open.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dick Mathewson. I live on North Hale Avenue, 1699, which is 1 block from the college along Fullerton Creek Road. And I'm not trying to harass anybody here, but I'm going to tell you, somebody, not too distant future, is going to get killed on Fullerton Creek Road. The students just pull out in a U-turn. There's several curves there. You can't see your way around those curves. And we've had 2 T-bones but we're going to have more, and somebody's going to get killed because they come around there at 45 miles an hour. Speed limit should be 25. But let me just ask you to ask some questions. One is, number of cars on Nutwood that are there daily. We never heard that figure. How many are we going to divert off Nutwood that are going now to two other avenues? I should think that would be an important question to ask, and I never heard any mention of that. Who's going to police the area of the new college town? Who's responsible for it? City of Fullerton Police Department? Are they going to do it, or the campus police? I didn't hear anything about who is responsible for that area when all this kumbaya is going on with regard to the at the campus. I have cars parked in my house 8 months of the year. 2 cars, 3 cars, depending on whether it's garbage day or not, whether I have garbage cans out or not. Every day. You think, well, okay, I like college students. I work with a lot of them every week. But I'm going to tell you, and this, I make apologies to everybody, but when you have 2 male people having sex in the back of the seat of a car in front of your house, it gets very upsetting. You call the police, they have to route them out and everything else. But you got garbage on the lawns, you got in the park, Acacia Park, you got stuff that's just thrown out of college students' cars when they get done for the day.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Speaker 37, Greg Guimont.
Greg Guimont. The one guy said he was the old guy at 51 years. I guess I'm the dinosaur because I got 60. Raymond Raccoon, Wilshire Wildcat, Fullerton Indian, Fullerton Hornet. That's kind of where I'm from. I've been here. I'm not going to beat you up again over, Nutwood. I'm not for Nutwood being closed. But here's what I'd like you guys to do. I got some numbers here that if you might want to jot some of this down. City of Fullerton is basically 137,000 people. It's 22.4 square miles. The population per square mile is about 6,000 people per square mile. In a square mile, you've got 640 acres. Now we're talking about a project of 79 acres that about, I'll give you 40% of it is office building, not residential. That comes down to basically a tenth and a quarter of a square mile is 79 acres. Using those numbers at the 6,000 people per acre gives us about 750 people in that residential area. Now, I know that's low. Now, let's jump across to some other things. You guys are the Planning Commission. All this has been about traffic, but let's look at something bigger. If you have 10-story buildings and you have another 3,400 apartment units times 4 people, gets you about 14,000 people, 10% of the city in a very small section. You don't have enough infrastructure. You're the Planning Commission. The sewers aren't big enough. The water lines aren't big enough. You got to look ahead. You can build them, but it's got to go somewhere. So in your discussions and what you talk about, think about the bigger picture, because it's all one thing.
Thank you.
But
Thank you
think
very
about
much.
everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, folks, I don't envy you your job. My name's Ron Fay. I live a quarter of a mile due west of Cal State University of Fullerton for the last 20-some-odd years. You had a graph up earlier that showed the PA zones. Is it possible to put that back up? And I'll go to PA6. I mean, before I go there, the Fullerton, the overpass, the pedestrian overpass over Nutwood, awesome idea. I think that solves a lot of problems as far as Nutwood's concerned. Okay, PA6. If I'm not mistaken, that has Smart and Final, U.S. Bank, Dollar Tree, haircutting place, Office Depot, KFC, Burger King, mobile gas station. I would like to see those places stay, especially the bank and Smart and Final. The next nearest grocery store outside of Smart and Final is Stater Brothers in Anaheim, Albertsons on Placentia and Yorba Linda, Ralph's on Harbor, and I can't think of any others, but they're nothing close. Right now, Smart and Final is very convenient, I'm sure, to everybody that lives west of the college. And so to see that go is just horrific. And then on PA 7, that's Five Guys, Yoshinoya, Big Lots, B of A, Pizza Place, 99-cent store, on and on. If PA 6 and PA 7 goes, where's these college kids going to eat? All the fast food's gone outside of that Habitat burger place or whatever, and I don't know if that's going to stay. That's in PA 4. But at any rate, my concern for me, and it may be selfish, I'm sorry, is PA 6 and PA 7, because that puts a commute on all of us to go miles out of our way for groceries.
Thank you very much.
And the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Speakers 39 through 42.
May I have one other comment?
No, sorry.
10-story parking, even if you built that, they still come and park because they can't afford to pay it. It's just in front of my house.
My name is David Curley. I'm a lifelong Fullerton resident. Over the past couple days, I've talked to every business in PA 6 and PA 7, and every one of them is concerned and upset about the project. Some are livid about what's going to happen. Two of them broke down and started to cry. I was at a loss for words at that point. And all I could say is I'd come here and fight for them to try and defeat it. Losing any business is never good news, but here's something to consider. We have fewer grocery stores, like the last gentleman said, fewer grocery stores in Fullerton than we did 20 years ago, and our population continues to increase. On Raymond, we used to have Alpha Beta and Lucky's, which became Albertsons. They're both gone. Smart and Final is the last grocery store in East Fullerton, west of the 57, that's also within walking distance to the universities and the nearby community. Collegetown would bulldoze Smart and Final. That would be it for Smart and Final. The same problem exists with Office Depot. That's the last office supply store in east side of Fullerton, and it's within walking distance of both universities, the law school and Troy High School. It makes no sense to get rid of those. Lastly, I don't think it's a coincidence that the 99-cent store, Dollar Tree, and Big Lots are able to coexist in such a small area. I think that speaks to the demand from lower income families who really depend on these stores to put food on their table and clothes on their back. So as a city, we really need to be mindful of their needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You need to tell them that they're not going to be bulldozed unless the developer...
Sir, you had your chance. Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Speaker 40, Tony Package. Speaker 41, Vincent McNamara.
I should have worn a suit. I'd get more respect, I think, but I'm here. I would like to put this in so that, I don't know if you've seen this article. Thanks for serving, all of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I wanted to start off by saying I had 1,000 things to say, but I got a minute. The traffic engineering department has let me down with the Troy situation there. It's already at gridlock, basically. And this is going to add more on both directions. We live up the street there on Victoria Drive. And trying to get out of Melody now is a nightmare, and it's going to get worse, et cetera. And I speak for everybody in my neighborhood that isn't here, and I know everybody here knows 10 people. If you polled them or took a referendum, they would vote this down probably 90%, except for a few people that have a monetary interest. But I'm just so disappointed that it's come this far, and you're coming now to vote on it, when if you walked door to door and asked any citizen, they would be, I'm sure you say you live in the area, I'm sure your neighbors would be against this. But thank you, and I'm against it.
Thank you.
Speaker 42, Paul Miller. Speaker 43, Mark Neighbor.
I'm Mark Neighbor. My wife and I have lived in the same house in Fullerton for 37 years near Nutwood and Concord, and thank you for listening to us. Of concern to Cal State Fullerton and Hope University has been pedestrian safety when crossing Nutwood Avenue. One of the solutions that has been proposed and we've heard tonight would be favored by a majority of our neighbors is a pedestrian bridge over the street. After the recent NUF meeting, my wife and a few other residents spoke with Kim Appel, Cal State Fullerton facility planner, about some of the pedestrian traffic volumes. In answering our questions, he stated a few what I consider to be straw man arguments that I'd like to mention and refute. First, that the bridge would need a 1,000-foot ramp to reach the needed height over the traffic and to comply with ADA. Second, furthermore, it was stated that a ramp would preclude creation of a green space for the neighborhood. And third, the bridge would need to be sizable to accommodate the volume of expected foot traffic. Regarding the first argument about the ramp, it's actually a straw man, because if elevators or some other lift mechanisms are provided to satisfy ADA requirements, a stairway would suffice for bridge access and would take less space than a ramp. Combinations of stairs and so-called loofah lifts and elevators are used at airports and train stations where those facilities accommodate large volumes of traffic. As for strawman number 2, a loss of potential green space, I have not heard an overwhelming cry from the neighbors for green space in this location. We have Acacia Park, we have beautiful Fullerton Arboretum, and I'm confident if given the choice between a green space and keeping Nutwood open, it would be Nutwood. Also, it is not a foregone conclusion that a green space would be precluded if a ramp were built. Ramps can be built in spirals, which would present an outline where a green space would be planted in the middle. As for needing to accommodate the volume of foot traffic, Kim stated that...
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lupe Valadez. I live right across the street from University House on Chapman. So I've already experienced what that has done to our traffic. I've seen it get really bad where sometimes there's cars just parked in front of my house. There is a little divider there now, which I'm concerned about because it was mentioned that they would be expanding the streets there, making it worse, basically bringing the traffic right up to my doorstep or putting up this big wall. You know, I purchased this house. This is a house that I own as a single person, and I was really proud that I was able to purchase a house in Fullerton where I grew up. And now to know that all these changes that are being made, and I understand we want to improve our city. However, this is not improving our residential life for the owners of these homes. I feel that the value of my house is going to go down. Just the traffic alone, again, has been horrible. I see more accidents on Nutwood and Chapman. They've gotten worse as time's gone on. So I'm really sad. I feel like I'm losing my home to all of this progress, which again, I know that it's necessary for improvement. However, I think we need to think about the people. You know, these are our homes. This is where we live. We come home here, and now we come home to cars and accidents and, you know, traffic. It makes me sad to think that we're here now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sean Payton. I live at 807 Ladera Vista, which is on the east side of the city. I would like to encourage everyone, thank you all for coming. Thank you for taking your time out to hear this matter. Those of you who are here, I would encourage all of you to like Our Town Not College Town on Facebook. Visit OurTownNotCollegeTown.com. And if you want email updates, there's a clipboard being passed around somewhere. Who has it? Well, whoever has it, give it back, give it to me, and we'll pass it on and get you added to our email list. Okay, here's why the project is a bad idea for the city of Fullerton. Too much traffic, too many cars, not enough parking, and too expensive. Let's start with the traffic. We're going to add 3,400 units, thanks, and that's 10,200 people, 700,000 square feet of commercial space. Therefore, we need more traffic lanes. And we're taking away 3 traffic lanes from Nutwood each direction, and so that's 6 lanes we're taking away. We're adding one way. 6 is not taking away 6 and adding 1 does not add lanes. So we're adding 10,000 people and we're taking away lanes. This is a non-starter right there. I could stop right there why this is a bad idea. I would also address the whole issue of the parking ratio. This was something Scott hit on that's very important. We're talking about a 1.9 per unit rather than the citywide rate, which works out to 2.5 for a 2-bedroom. So if we build out under this college town plan using the parking ratio that's in the plan, we're going to be short about 2,040 parking spaces. And this is supposed to fix the parking problem. That's what it's been sold to us as residents. The P7, take a look at this right there. You see it zoned for 5 stories, and look at the single-family houses right up against that. For P3, I understand it's not going to be my backyard that I'm going to be looking at. But if I'm living in Chapman Park, I'm looking at 5-story houses from my backyard. I think that's not fair to those residents who purchased with certain expectations.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Thank you.
And
Thank
the
you very
Daily
much.
Titan is even opposed to this.
Thank
so
you.
again, no on the project. Thank you.
I'm back. My wife is allowing me to take her time. So for straw man argument number 3, that the bridge would need to accommodate the volume of foot traffic, Kim from Cal State Fullerton said that 10,000 students and faculty would need to access the bridge. Karen Haluza, the city's Director of Community Development, has clarified that this number represents 10,000 total movements per day, which could be a student crossing the bridge more than once per day. Well, these are answered by large facilities such as airports, train stations, theme parks, and sports stadiums that have been able to overcome even larger volumes with such structures as a bridge. Also, not all 10,000 movements would occur at the same time. Kim also seemed to have a concern about the number of elevators. However, the elevators only need to be there for ADA purposes, and able-bodied individuals would most likely use a ramp or stairs. To get a professional opinion on the handling of pedestrian traffic volumes, I obtained data from an industrial engineer at a Fortune 100 company that majors in efficient movement of large volumes of people. His studies of facility capacity and throughput show that for, as an example, 3,500 people per hour on a bridge, a minimum of 2 elevators per bridge per end of the bridge would be recommended. Basically, elevators only need to handle 1% of the total flow. That's 100 people out of the 10,000. If downtime is a concern, a combination of loofah lifts and elevators would ensure redundancy, continued operation, and compliance with ADA. Finally, Kim saw that his numbers were not persuasive, so he suggested one more argument, that of the expense of such a bridge. But in light of all the potential costs of closing Nutwood Avenue, some of which include adverse impacts to traffic, parking and safety, the potential resulting loss of property values to local residents, negative impacts to local businesses, and the overall morale of voting residents of these neighborhoods, the expense to such a bridge is a relatively reasonable alternative. I therefore respectfully ask the Planning Commission and Cal State Fullerton decision makers to seriously reconsider this option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speakers 47 through 51.
She said 52, I thought.
What's that last guy's name?
Is that Mark Ninever? Mark Ninever? Mark Ninever.
Honorary Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioner. I'm here to provide my input as a resident in Fullerton. I live on Nutwood Avenue. I'm also a member of the Traffic and Circulation Commission. We had a commission meeting on December the 2nd on this subject, so I summarized some of the discussion there. I had personally previously provided in a number of town hall meetings and council meetings regarding the traffic congestions at Nutwood, like all these other residents has talked about. So I'm not going to continue on that subject because it's been already discussed. But as a member of the Traffic and Circulation Commission, I heard official presentation from the project team, as you do today, that there are a lot of unanswered questions. But we weren't barred from discussion. It was a receive and file meeting, so we never discussed that. There were objections in the commission, but it was not presented. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to summarize what some of the proposals that during the commission, the residents and the councils have discussed. Okay? And I'm going to cut it short since there's a 2-minute issue. So I'm just going to straight on to page 2. So I think if we separate, according to the residents and from different recommendations, if we separate the pedestrian crosswalk or the mall from the increase in high-rise, high-density residents at a college town, that may be able to resolve some of the issue. To accommodate the college for a mall, when they build a mall, they should provide either an underpass or an overpass. When those underpass and overpass are built at the same time as the construction, incremental cost is minimal. If you separate them, then it's going to be expensive. Once you have that, you can move on to propose parking structures, remote parking structures for the Cal State Fullerton faculty, like put it around the railroad station, and then join them together by people mover. You need fast people mover to move them around.
Thank you very
such
much.
as monorail.
Thank you.
I like the other people. We waited for that long. Even commission, as we were commissioned, we were not allowed to discuss. So as a resident and a taxpayer, I'm going to finish the proposal which is presented.
I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Okay, that would be great, okay? So if we just have the people mover to join and move the people from the parking structure also into Cal State Fullerton, they could have that. Then that will free up Cal State Fullerton to use their existing land to build dormitory or other development. I think we have to let Cal State Fullerton develop themselves within that city, within that campus. Thank you very much.
My name is Randy Smith. Mr. Gambino, thank you for your questions earlier with regards to the valuation elements there on Nutwood. I live on Balfour in the College Park area. Traffic has been brought up countless times. You're probably sick of hearing of it. However, as you know from my findings as well, that the city has received from Cal State Fullerton on the previous parking structures that were built approximately $700,000 per parking structure for traffic mitigation. I see that nothing has been done. So with regards to even the city of Placentia's stated concerns with regards to traffic mitigation and what hasn't been done already and the failing traffic signals at this stage of the game, and erroneous information in regards to the EIR. You cannot certify that EIR. Traffic is an issue. It's not been resolved. I don't know how we could trust having it resolved at this stage of the game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. First, I would like to echo what some others have said, and that is I appreciate your service. I understand you have a job to do as a citizen, and this is my first time coming down, but I have some serious concerns because I've been lucky enough in my life to visit many cities and live in different places, and I see some real practical things that just seem doesn't take much judgment to figure out that this is just not going to work. First of all, we've all talked about 3,400 new apartment units. We've really not even talked about the potential parking impact of the commercial space in any stretch of the imagination. Now, I've gone to college. You've probably all gone to college. No one lives in an apartment in college with 2 people or 3 people. There are 6 or 8 people in an apartment. It's that simple. It's common. So, and in California, every one of them is going to have a car. So 1.95 or 2 or 5 is not going to be enough. So we're going to just add more cars. We've not talked about we've talked about this. I have a question that came up in my mind. Who's going to pay for the development of the Nutwood Plaza? Did I hear correctly that may require some kind of tax to the citizens of Fullerton to help develop that because it's a community space? Is that a legitimate? Is that what was said by Karen? I wasn't quite sure if that assessment district or something. Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll address this
Yeah,
later.
okay. I just wasn't sure if that's what was said. I wanted to make sure I understood. The second point: if this is going to be a community area, where would community members park to access Nutwood Plaza? There is no parking there. They're all going to walk from where to access that. Now, I understand you have a job to do. I don't think that at this point this could be done without having an enormous impact on our community and making it more difficult to work and live in Fullerton. So I urge you not to pass this at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Kyle Irvin, 2513 Santa Isabel, right near that big green tree right there at the bottom. All right. Long-term planning is very important, and thank you for what you guys are doing up here tonight. It's very important what you guys are doing. I really appreciate the candid questions. Nicholas, Peter, Larry, you guys were asking very important questions and got me thinking about a lot of things that I hadn't already thought about. So I appreciate that. First, 3,400 units at 3.75, which, as the previous speaker said, is probably a low estimate, right? So that's 12,750 more people. So that's an increase of all city services to the general area by more than double. More police, more fire, more everything. Basically, what I'm up here to say tonight is long-term planning is important, but there's some serious deficits in this plan that we've been presented. The numbers of people, the numbers of cars. No AQMD data for increased traffic on Chapman. No AQMD data for increased traffic on State College. All near residential. My kids are breathing that air. Their kids are breathing that air. Parking Management District. No specific plan. A little late. Kind of an important part of this, yeah? Parking's kind of huge. I've already got intrusion into my neighborhood. I can't get out of College of my neighborhood in the morning for all the cars turning left into Chapman Park.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so think about the plan. It doesn't seem like a good one.
Hi. Yeah, they said, what, 1,000 feet it would have to go over, Nutwood, the bridge? Is that what was said?
We haven't answered that question yet.
Well, I don't see that high. When you go by bridges, it says 15 feet, 3 inches, or whatever. But I don't think you have to go 1,000 feet over Nutwood to build a bridge. I mean, if you go on the campus in Fullerton, it's got rolling hills in that area. And you could probably build another hill over, with the bridging material, with girders, and just like they're building the student union over there. They're adding on to it. But make a bridge. And then Dennis would be happy. Well, anyhow, what I wanted to say is, the people that have on P6 and P7, that run the businesses around, what's going to happen to them? The low cost, like I was a disabled vet, and my parents had to spend a lot of money. The VA didn't do it. She took me to doctors and stuff like that, and I got better because of it. But the VA wasn't good. They were going to do is they were going to.
Sir, can you still state a question or just stick to the topic here today?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. What about the businesses? What's going to happen to them? I mean, a lot of people work there for a long time, and a lot of people depend because they don't have a lot of money. Where are they going to shop? So yeah, I mean, I was going to talk about other things, but a lot of people covered it, so no sense of talking about that. I was going to talk about, the Titan and that, but it's already been covered.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. So that is all for public comment tonight. Thank you all very much for your comments, concerns, and very important testimony. So if that is everyone, we will close the public comment and come back to council deliberation. And I know that we do have a few questions from the audience that I will pose to our staff. First of all, I would like to respond to a few questions that people had about who are we up here. So Planning Commission is a group of people that are each chosen by a city council person to represent them on the Planning Commission. Most Planning Commission recommendations go to the City Council. This one actually will also go to the City Council. So not only do you testify here tonight, you will go again to the City Council meeting. I think it was March 15th. So tonight we're making a recommendation to the Planning Commission. But we are just citizens like you. We live all different places in the city. We do this voluntarily, so we are not in anybody's pocket. We don't get any special interest or anything from doing this. It's a service that we do, and we are appointed by different city council members. So that's an answer to who we are and why we are up here doing this. Somebody asked originally is who pays for the study, and Karen may be able to answer that one.
Mm-hmm. The study was paid for through a partnership between the City of Fullerton, Hope International University, and Cal State Fullerton. The total cost was $900,000, and each of the three contributed $300,000 each.
Thank you.
Did the city get a grant for any of that? I mean, obviously it didn't come from the general fund.
No, it did not come from the general fund. It was part of the initially redevelopment agency funding, and it continued through, even though the redevelopment agency was dissolved in 2012, and now comes out of what's known as a redevelopment property tax trust fund.
Is it fair to say that money could only have been spent for housing and housing-related items?
No, because it wasn't the 20% set-aside funds. It was the general non-housing funds that were used.
Another question was who owns the land. I think we did cover that earlier. It's a lot of it's private property, and one parcel, I believe it's right there. That's the owner. So Hope University owns some, Cal State University, and then the rest is private property. Which goes into, maybe, Karen, you could explain this. A lot of people are concerned about the businesses on the private property, those businesses being bulldozed or going away. I don't think that is the case, but the city could probably answer that a lot better than me.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Out of these property owners that you see on this map, the properties are in fairly large parcels. So there are about 11, 12 property owners in total, one of those being Cal State Fullerton and another being Hope University. So the businesses are the tenants in the buildings that are on the properties. So it's possible and sounds as though it is the case that they may not have been as well informed about the planning process as the property owners themselves. So in terms of what could happen, would these buildings be demolished and so forth, the action before you tonight is a plan adoption. It's not a project approval. So there aren't any development projects in the wings right now. There are no applications. There are no other specifics that we have as to what might happen if the plan was approved. All of the impetus to redevelop the land would be at the wish of the private property owners. So if they did want to do that, it would mean that they would have to buy out their tenant leases, otherwise vacate the property before they could do anything to it. So there's nothing that would immediately occur to any of the businesses there.
Can I sort of underscore on that point just for a second? Because I see the owner of a couple of these parcels here, and I think he's at some pain to be concerned that it be represented that he's ready to go with a project behind this. It's the person who the entity, the business entity that owns the property makes a business decision whether they want to proceed. Should we approve this plan? If we don't, obviously, if we don't approve the plan, it's a different story. But if we approve the plan and they don't wish to participate or participate now, that it would just proceed as they wished. Correct? There's no nothing compelled.
Yeah, that's correct. It equates to zoning. So I live in a house. It's allowed to be a 2-story house in the zone that I live in, but I'm not going to build a 2-story house, so it stays a 1-story house. So in this case, if the zoning is approved, but the person doesn't want to build a 5-story apartment building, they don't have to.
Another question, it was, I believe, by Scott Hess. If the development meets all standards, does it have to go through the Planning Commission, go through the process?
Sure, I can address that, yeah. Just as with most conventional zoning, when a project is allowed by right, when some kind of a use or project is allowed by right and it meets all the zoning standards, there typically isn't an additional discretionary action that is required. So on any given day, the city is processing dozens of building permits for projects large and small. They don't all necessarily come before the Planning Commission. So it's a similar provision in this code.
I think that was all the questions, unless any of you other commissioners.
There was a clarification about an assessment district.
Right.
So what I had mentioned before was authorization to investigate or begin establishing what's called a property business improvement district. That is not something that would tax the general homeowners in the area or any residents of the city of Fullerton. It would be a voluntary assessment district that the property owners within the study area would agree to form and participate in themselves. There's a vote that's required. It only would come about if the property owners wanted to establish it, and it would not affect anyone else.
So it would not affect any homeowners in Fullerton?
No.
Okay.
I have I want to clarify, because there's a lot of discussion about a great deal of money coming to the city, and then
sure.
For that reason, the city would be inclined to approve this project over the objections of people in the community in that logic. The city, it's my understanding that the city, for all dwelling units built anywhere in the city, if you build a new dwelling unit on a you're subject to the city's park dwelling fee, which is about $11,000 a unit.
Yes.
And those funds go into a restricted account for park benefit. And examples of how those dollars have been used before, correct me if I'm wrong about where they've been used, improvements to Hillcrest Park, things like Lions Field, the sports park up on Bastion Cherry, the park facilities on Bastion Cherry near Amherst Heights were all completely financed or largely financed by payments into the park dwelling fee by new residents who were coming into this community. And to mitigate the impact on parks, they were required to pay this agreed upon sum. Is that correct?
Yes, the city has a park dwelling fee that is supposed to be paid to offset impacts to parks and recreation facilities in the city. It, as you say, it goes into a restricted fund. It is charged to every residential project in the city. It wouldn't be something new that's instituted for College Town, and it is restricted only to be spent on park-related services.
So, for example, Chapman Park would be a likely possibility in the event. I'm just saying in the event.
It would be an eligible expense. It does not go into the general fund. It can't be used for any purposes other than park development.
Those decisions come through Parks and Rec Commission up to City Council, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those are public processes.
Yes.
Yeah,
And it is also predicated upon private development occurring. So if no development occurs, no funds are received.
Okay, thank you.
You know, a lot of talk about the potential for a bridge over Nutwood, and I'd be curious what, to what degree was that, investigated or explored as a potential option?
I just want to go to a section of the EIR, so let me find the page. So within the environmental impact report, again, there is a section for alternative analysis. One of those is I believe, Karen, is it the existing Nutwood configuration? Is that where the bridge is? It basically is a minor mention to say that if Nutwood remained open, that you could accomplish the movement of the pedestrians across the street by putting in a bridge. It didn't go into much detail about the design of the bridge or anything much beyond that, but it did identify it as an option, so putting in a bridge.
Question that was brought up, just we want to be very clear, there was a concern about people who live in the vicinity of this project. Would they be subject to any kind of assessment, financial assessment on their property because of this development? Or is any project development related costs that it would be assessed on it restricted to the parcels on this map, the ones that are shaded?
Yes, there would be no assessment district, no additional fees that would be assessed on anybody other than a private property owner who wanted to develop their property.
I wanted to revisit the, concerns, brought forth by Placentia. That was a concern that I had in reviewing the report, or at least in the draft EIR, as they had voiced some of those concerns. Has there been ongoing dialogue between the two cities during this process?
Yes, there has. There's been extensive ongoing dialogue. In fact, our city manager, Joe Fells, met with representatives from Placentia, including their city manager, I believe, either late last week or early this week. So this has long been known that what their concerns are. As often happens, or sometimes happens with large projects such as this, where there are impacts or potential impacts to adjacent jurisdictions. Sometimes their experts agree to disagree, and then it would be the appropriate action for them to then come, as they did tonight, state their objections on the public record, and then deliver a letter from an attorney, as they have done. So they are expressing their concerns in public in order to be on the record in the event that they might wish to contest this in the future. I believe that they may be discussing, are there impact fees that the city could pay to Placentia and so forth, but there have definitely been ongoing dialogues, extensive analysis of the potential impacts to Placentia.
And staying on that subject, and this may be a question for Mr. Mark Miller, one of the items that the representative from Placentia brought up were they had conducted their own peer review and they had their own professional traffic engineers. And I'm assuming that it's a small world and everyone uses the same group of consultants. They came up with different findings and they found flaws. What would those flaws be? Are you aware of the flaws that they had brought up, or so that's the first time you heard was his testimony this evening. You hadn't heard of anyone else challenging your study other than what you heard this evening. Is that correct? Fair enough.
You know, I also wanted to ask, before we leave the Placentia topic, they shared some concerns about traffic, but also about parks and the impact of, these new units and residents who are residing in these units would also then be utilizing the Placentia parks, which would then impact Placentia residents. Any consideration to new park space or improving park space as a result of this plan other than just paying into the fund? I mean, has anything been specifically outlined or identified?
Identified to make improvements in the city of Placentia?
No, Fullerton. Because that was one of Placentia's concerns for the city of Placentia was the impact on Placentia's park space. What about, Fullerton and the impact on Fullerton residents?
Yes. The environmental impact report didn't find that there would be any impacts to Placentia parks. Yeah. Right, or Fullerton parks for that matter.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Okay, so
due in large part to the nature of the plan, which would create a 2.8 acre public plaza and generate several $1 million in park development fees. So any park impacts would be completely mitigated.
Okay.
So there was one other question, and I think we've addressed most of them, or at least that came from the public. One other question came from an individual asking about our ability to fight a fire in a 10-story building, and we can't reach it, or something that high. Is there truth? Is there any validity to that? Are we stuck with anything below 8 floors?
I'm not a fireman, and I don't know have a great answer for that, but I know that they have high-rise buildings all over the country, and most ladder trucks don't go above.
But there's nothing unique to our fire department that's limiting what we can do here.
Versus
we can do anything
else.
that you do
we
in
can
Anaheim
do anything
or
that they
anywhere
do
else.
in Anaheim.
Okay, fair enough.
And it's none of the heights of the buildings in the plan exceed any of the heights of any of the existing buildings that we have right now in the city that are being served by our current fire equipment.
And safety is addressed in the PEIR, correct?
Yes, it is.
And there was one other question. It was a good question. It talked about taxing city services and the need for additional police, et cetera. Is there anywhere in our what we're considering a joint agreement with Cal State Police, and perhaps they would actually take up a greater role in policing the area and thus relieving the city from having the burden to pay for the policing of it?
The only thing that was discussed would be through the parking management district if that were established, and being able to have then a separate entity that could police for parking enforcement.
But it'd be limited to parking enforcement.
Right. The environmental impact report does analyze public service impacts, and there weren't any public service impacts that were found that would be not able to be mitigated.
I'm just going to ask a stupid question. So, looking at the EIR, it asserts pretty broadly that increasing the housing supply adjacent to the campus is going to remove the number of cars circulating. Of course, that's based on the assumption that the commuters are now living on campus as opposed to, say, living at home and then driving to the school. Okay.
Yes, that would be the assumption.
Okay.
Yeah.
A question regarding citywide parking standards. If we were developing multi-height or multi-family units anywhere else in the city, is the 1.95 the number? Have we essentially lowered that number to 1.95? Would it be 2.5? What would be the standard if you were building this on the west side of Fullerton?
We've actually been looking quite a bit at some of the more recent multifamily projects, apartment projects that have been built recently, because we did want to understand if new projects were coming in, what is that appropriate parking ratio, because we continually get asked in the development community to keep ratcheting that down, making it smaller and smaller. And of the projects that have been built recently, the Pinnacle Project, City Point, Wilshire Promenade, Malden Station. They're all in about the 1.8, 1.78 range. So 1.95, almost 2 per unit, is a range that is not out of keeping with projects that have been developed in the city within the last 10, 12 years.
For those,
is that a large change from, say, 20 years ago? 20 years ago, we required 3 parking spaces, 2.5, something like that?
For about 2.25, but that would have been probably for multifamily, and for single family, it's usually always the same. You end up with 4, 2 in a garage and 2 in a driveway. Although we do have many neighborhoods, I live in one, where there are essentially no parking because they're alley loaded. They were built in the 20s. There really wasn't much consideration for a lot of on-site parking. So we have a very wide range of parking, not one single standard given the age of our city.
This is going to require kind of an episodic or off the cuff kind of.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
I didn't get to my question.
Okay.
You're home free. I'm meandering. For the projects where you cited, where we had the parking requirements at the number, which is slightly lower than what this one's being considered. Mm-hmm. Do we have instances around those developments where we could attribute a parking problem on the street that is related to those developments that we would say, gosh, we blew it? Or
we haven't done any analysis like that. I would only be able to answer anecdotally, and I wouldn't want to do that.
Okay, thank you.
So I have another question, and this deals specifically with Cal State Fullerton. You might not have this answer because you're not responsible for what they do on campus. But what is the master plan for Cal State Fullerton with regard to student housing and having dorms on campus, and actually having them take on some of those dorms on campus by better using the space that they already have? Mm-hmm. Do we have any answers to that?
I can tell you that they are in the process of beginning to start a new master plan, and that on-campus housing is part of their strategy for addressing their traffic and parking impacts. And that's one of the reasons they're interested in constructing housing on the property they own south of Nutwood.
So that would be the pink area that we show right over there. Is that correct?
Yes, that.
And if I'm not mistaken, since the state they have autonomy, they can do whatever they'd like there. Is that correct?
They have, but they want to partner with the city and plan together moving forward.
So theoretically, if they wanted to build a high-rise student housing on that pink-purple area, they could, without any input from the city?
Yes, they could.
The input they would need from the city, though, obviously they would need road access, driveway access, permits for water, sewer, things like that, correct?
They would have to, we would respond to their design, and yes, we would have to say, here are the impacts to the city, and here's how they have to be mitigated.
Any more questions?
Karen, if you could do me a favor and put up the planning area exhibit that showed the planning areas and then the height allowable, minimum and maximum there. And then you had one also that had, okay, that'll work. Okay, so there were a couple things that I was concerned about. And one would be the 3 things going into today I was concerned about. One would be the loss of Nutwood and being able to compensate adequately for the loss of Nutwood by making significant improvements to Chapman. The second item I was concerned about was getting our parking ratio correct. And then lastly, for me, what was important was the loss of retail, especially what you see there on PA6 and PA7. One of the things I wanted to make sure was that we have a stout shopping component there if those areas were to remain in the study area. What have you done for these different areas that ensure that it's going to be it's going to focus more on retail and less on housing in this area, so that way we can continue to use this as a business area, or at least businesses that people can go and shop to? So how have you addressed that in your plan?
The zoning can control for uses at the ground floor, for example. So even though it could be a multi-story building of 3 stories, the plan doesn't allow for standalone residential uses at the ground level along the major streets. So if you did build an apartment building, you would have to put commercial at the ground level, essentially, in order to try to preserve the commercial character of the area and continue to have stores for people who would live there. That's a very important component of this whole thing. So that's what the zoning has done. It's actually specifically prohibited residential uses at the ground floor.
And so you guys have done that at University Park there? So would it be very similar to what you've done at University Park?
I think University House is a good analogy. I think if people are wanting to know, for better or worse, what might a project here look like, University House would be a good example to point to.
How realistic is it to actually integrate a market like a Stater Brothers or just a conventional market into an urban site like that that's mixed use?
In this area, we don't typically see major grocery stores going into projects of this type. There are, of course, large full-service grocery stores in mixed-use developments in settings, even as close as Long Beach, for example, of course, in downtown Los Angeles, but that's a very different environment. We are seeing in Fullerton pretty successful ground floor retail tenanting. University House, again, is a good example. What often happens is that the ground floor commercial spaces aren't robust enough for an actual commercial tenant, and then therefore you don't get very good commercial tenants, and then people will say, well, that wasn't a very successful project. But what really needs to occur is that ground floor space must be reserved for commercial development. So what types of tenants might you get? They are going to be more on the low scale, food types of tenants, local services, that kind of thing. I would be surprised if you would see a large grocery store. A Mission Market probably would be the most that you would see.
Okay, and then I have one last question, and I know I'm kind of taking up too much time. Setting aside the loss of Nutwood and setting aside the infrastructure impacts to Nutwood, what are the impacts to sewer and water? Now, if I'm not mistaken, the county sand district is going to be installing a new trunk line down State College, and the upsizing is going to be able to easily accommodate the density you're looking for. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask Nicole to respond.
So we had Fusco Engineering do a wet and dry infrastructure study as part of the EIR. And so they evaluated the infrastructure for water, sewer, and stormwater. And then we also, I think RBF, with the City of Fullerton, conducted a water supply assessment as well. So those two studies were incorporated into the EIR. They did coordinate with the Orange County Sanitation District, Fusco, and they identified the need for the mainline sewer upgrade on State College Boulevard, and that was something that there was planned and was going in. And they also identified several other water, sewer, and stormwater improvements that would be required as part of the project.
Can I ask, as part of the project, when would that be required?
A lot of it would occur is when the development occurs. So, Fusco's not here right now. I would ask him. I think there are some requirements that would be required before any new development, like PA7. There were specific infrastructure needs that would be required before any new development came in. And then there was other infrastructure needs that the timing would be based on the how the new development developed.
If I'm not mistaken, though, Karen, you were saying that you had indicated that, for instance, the improvements to Chapman and the bridge and everything would need to happen from before any one permit would be issued on any of these parcels. Is that correct?
It's prior to certificate of occupancy, so essentially before you could take occupancy.
So
it's essentially the same as
right. So as soon as these things
permit.
start to begin, that's when they need to make all these different improvements.
They have to be done before they're completed.
Okay.
Everybody have their questions answered? I think we're ready to start deliberating.
Can I have one more shot at it? Yeah, I just have one quick one, I guess. This is general for my own edification here. We're talking about these improvement districts. There's actually in the resolutions there's approval of 3 or just 2.
I think it's just 2. It's just 2.
There's a College Town Management District. there's a parking improvement district, and there's a property improvement district, if I'm not mistaken, and what I can tell. So I was just asking to have that cleared up.
Parking management and a property-based improvement district. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, the property-based improvement district, which is, and the parking management district, they talk about in your staff report, they talk about the being managed by the College Town Management District.
Yeah, that could be like an umbrella over, and then the parking district and the PBID would be under that entity that, I don't know the official name yet, but we were just calling it the Parking Management District, which would oversee both the PBID and the Parking Management District.
And who would control that College Town Management District? Then I don't understand how they get formed.
Well, that's part of the process. Is we would form it, and it would be involve property owners that involved in the project area, and they would form this committee, a 501c nonprofit, and they would organize and run the district.
And their participation is voluntary? The businesses, if you've got half the businesses that want to form the parking management district and half do not, what happens with that?
It's by you vote. Like, for instance, the property management district, the PBID, the improvement district. It takes a 51% vote of the property owners, and it's based upon either like the size of the property in linear feet. It's kind of a convoluted process that will come out once that formation.
But everybody gets some sort of weighting on their vote on whether to form a district or not.
Yeah.
And if you get 51% of whatever property there is, then they can force the other 49% to form the district and pay whatever is necessary.
Mm-hmm. That's
so
correct.
we're assuming that but in the plan, we're assuming these 3 improvement districts will make their way.
It's only 2
somehow.
Yeah,
right?
like I said, it's really only 2 districts under an umbrella corporation, the 501c, which would be called the management district.
Okay. All right. Well, that helps. Thank you.
Can I get just a reminder in broad strokes? What will it cost to do the improvements along Chapman, along State College, along Yorba Linda Boulevard?
The magnitude, the rough order of magnitude, we kind of estimated that because that question came up about a year and a half ago. So we don't know the specific details, but it's pretty detailed, even though it's not specific. But basically, State College at Yorba Linda, there's minor like restriping and all that. It's like $160,000. $1 million for State College at Chapman. Let's see, this is Chapman and Commonwealth. It's roughly 1.6 million, and then actually 2.5 million. Excuse me. And so it's roughly the total cost is I'm trying to read this thing correctly, but it looks like around 3.5 million for those improvements.
660.
366.
Yeah.
Right.
3.66.
And then we're also assuming that doesn't include the valuation of the abandoned right-of-way, which I still think there's value to. So if we were to go through that process, looking at my rough numbers of the amount of areas to be abandoned, which would be about 100,000 square feet, if you were to put a $5 or $10 square foot on that, that's 500,000 to $1 million right there. Mm-hmm. That would be the valuation of the vacated space, and that would be above and beyond the 3.6 million.
Okay. I'm done.
We would like to go first in terms of giving an opinion on where they want to go with this tonight. Again, this is a recommendation to the City Council, that will go to the City Council. We can approve all or some or none.
So, Madam Chair, I'll go first. I know if everyone will hear me out before they boo or say whatever. I'm open to the concept of shutting down Nutwood if we could properly augment and offset that with significant improvements to Chapman and Yorba Linda. I don't see that happening right here.
Please keep.
So I don't see that
comments
happening
down.
here because I see the only attempt that's being made is actually trying to add one lane heading east on Chapman, and in doing so, we're impacting that row of streets that are there, and we're taking away their ability to use that's their own front street as have two-way traffic and with their own parking. No effort was really made to investigate the amounts of dedication that would be required to actually on PA5. So now if we want this to happen, it should be self-contained within the development. So PA5 should actually have some kind of a dedication to offset that as well. That didn't happen. I don't see how shutting down Nutwood is actually going to and making the minor improvements through synchronization, changing lanes, turning lanes, et cetera, through the different intersections is going to significantly make the improvements to offset the loss to Nutwood. The other thing that I'm concerned about is I'm an engineer myself, and we all live in a small world, and we all use the same pool of consultants. But when a city official from a different city comes and they says that they've used their own consultant and they found a flaw or found something they're concerned about, then that's something I think we need to pay attention to and we need to investigate. Now, in staff's behalf, they didn't know anything about this and they were surprised about this at the last minute. So I don't know if there's any validity to that or not, but I think that's something that needs to be investigated and we actually need to address that first. The other concerns I have are the loss of shopping area. And I see that multiple people have come here and they've talked about their concerns about losing the businesses at PA7 and at 6, and I was concerned about that also. Personally, I would like to see those areas pulled out of the planning area because I think trying to have a podium-type development where you have maybe some kind of commercial retail on the bottom and then residential above isn't really going to be stout enough for what the neighborhood's going to need. I'm okay with density overall if we plan for it accordingly. I think the density on PA3 and PA4 works. PA2 works. PA1, they already have some. My preference would be to eliminate PA6 and 7 from the study area. No, let me finish, please. Let me finish. I think and the other concern I have with PA7 is since it's on the south side of the street, it's up against the different residential neighborhoods. So I could see how along the block lines north of Chapman, east of State College, and then the freeway on the east, that area is self-contained, and that can be a big block that we could dedicate something to. But I prefer to have PA6 out of this area because I think the shopping in there is pretty darn important for what the neighborhood needs. Lastly, the parking ratio. I was concerned about the parking ratio also. There's one thing that I've kind of come to realize, and I always thought that the problem laid with the parking problem that we have in this community was with the kids always not wanting to pay their permits, and they've always tried to skirt paying the $300 a semester and park on neighboring streets and putting a burden on our community. But looking at this, I think perhaps the problem really is there's just inadequate parking on Cal State Fullerton, and Cal State Fullerton needs to do a better job being a partner with the city by actually providing additional parking on their own and within their own property. That's kind of what and in my line of questioning to you, Karen, earlier was, what does the master plan look like for them to be able to take on some of this housing on their own community and on their own campus, along potentially with the parking that goes with it? I'm not an expert at parking ratios. You are. There's an architect I know I have a lot of respect for. I asked him earlier today. He seems to think this would work. I don't know. I'll default to you guys as experts. I mean, it does make sense to actually share parking when you have different uses at different times of the day where they may or may not, they can be opposite each other and then jointly make this stuff happen. I think we need to have some details with regard to how the parking group is going to, the parking district's going to work and how they're going to kind of share and how it's going to be assembled. One of the things that I just now came up with Mr. Pendergraft's questioning was the 51%, 49%, and I don't know if we really have everyone on board that would be agreeable to these details. So for me, I'd like to see, I think this could be a good plan. I just think it needs more work. I think shutting down Nutwood would be a mistake. And then I do want to comment on Mr. I think it was Dennis Deuce. Let me finish, please. I think he was correct, and I think what we need to do is we need to have pedestrian traffic accommodate and work around our existing traffic there. And that could easily happen with the pedestrian bridge. They've done it so well at Disney. If you look at Disney and the Disney facilities down that over there, they cross over everything real well. Heck, you could go over to Las Vegas and they move around that boulevard really well, and there's not a conflict between pedestrians and traffic. So I think there have been a lot of astute comments made by the public, and I know Mr. Deuce was correct with that, and I think that's something that I think would be investigated. One last thing, I would probably be open to a loss of having Commonwealth as it swings up vacated. I think that probably actually inhibits traffic and it forces a traffic signal there on Nutwood and actually kind of makes traffic worse. So perhaps I would be open to vacating a portion of Commonwealth as it just south of Nutwood. And it's my personal preference that, in fact, it's not my personal, I think it's something that we need to do is anything that gets vacated by the city, we need to have an appraisal and we need to find out what the valuation is. Even if it's not fee simple, even if it hits burdened with easements, there is a value to it. We need to find out what it is so the public can be properly compensated. That's where I'm at. So personally, I think we need to continue this and we need to go back and make this better because I look at the individual who's appointed me to this body and I think I would be serving him. I wouldn't be serving him well by pushing this up to have him look at this. So I just think we need to continue this and we need to actually go back and look at this again.
Well, first off, I'd like to just say that I really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. You know, many people thanked us for taking the time to listen. I thank you for coming out and voicing your opinions and giving us your feedback. I think that's an important part of the process. And I think here we're at local government. We're the one area you should be able to impact the most. They may not listen to you in Washington. They may not listen to you in Sacramento. But I'm listening to you. And I think the rest of our commissioners and our city council want to do the same. And I do appreciate the efforts that Cal State Fullerton and Hope and the city staff have done just to bring forward a plan. You know, you get 3 people in a room, you can't imagine how tough it is to get to any sort of consensus. You get 3 organizations in the room, it's like doubly hard. So I don't fault staff or anyone involved in the process for putting forward an idea that some of us looked at and went, are you crazy? That's okay. We did what I think needed to happen, and that is take a long-term look at this area surrounding the university and say, how can we manage future growth around there and make it work well for everyone involved? And although I am a CSU LB graduate, I certainly have a lot of appreciation for CSUF because I sent a son there and he graduated from there. And I've lived in Fullerton really since 91 and had a business here since 1980. So this college has been a part of our community, as has Hope, since I've been around. But I hear loud and clear the concerns of the community regarding parking and congestion. And I want you to know, I don't live somewhere where I can ignore this. I do live on the east side of town. You know, I do travel on Raymond. I live on Raymond north of Chapman, so I travel on Chapman, and I travel on State College in Yorba Linda and Commonwealth and Nutwood on literally a daily basis. My biggest concern to this point in time coming into this meeting is I don't really think that CSUF has addressed the long-standing parking issues that they know have existed for 10, 15, 20 years. You know, so here we're now coming forward with a plan that might further impact that parking. And in fact, I think, you know, honestly, if the president of Cal State Fullerton were here, I'd say you haven't really been a good neighbor to your neighbors. And it's incumbent upon you as the president and literally your senior faculty to do a better job of reaching out to the community and saying, we hear you. Not only do we hear you, we're going to do something different than we've done in the past. Because I think when we haven't been good neighbors, it breaks down the trust between the two, and it leads to the backlash, some of which we're experiencing tonight. My other concern is that we're going to layer on another layer of government in this parking management district. You know, and I think really it's just another layer of government that's being layered on when really a simple market solution might actually address more effectively and less intrusively the issue of parking. I think the simple solution is to include a parking pass with every semester's registration. Now, I have proposed that idea multiple times, and I've been told multiple times that, that it won't work, and that really it's not the cost of the parking pass that's created the problem. But I think most starving college kids look at a $500 a year expense, calculate that they're showing up on campus maybe twice a week, usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays or Mondays and Wednesdays, and saying it's not worth it. And if I go there, I may not find a parking spot anyway, so I'll just park in the neighborhood. And I think that the parking management plan will also be used as an excuse to reduce the parking standard from the 1.95, and I think that's always a mistake when you underpark an area because you're just asking for more problems at that point in time. Now, I've been told you can't fold the cost of parking into registration, but I find that hard to swallow because when I was at Cal State Long Beach, they built a new student union, and they said you're going to pay an extra, I think it was $30 a month, or semester, I should say. And I said, I don't want the student union. I don't go there. I come to campus, I go to class, I leave, I go to work. And they said, you don't have a choice. It's part of your ASB fees. You're going to pay it whether you want to or not. And I think we need to roll that into. And I understand there's some certain concerns that money that goes to the parking goes to the college and everything else goes to the state. There's got to be a workaround. And I'm saying that I'd like Cal State Fullerton to find that workaround and wrap that in. We won't truly know whether the kids are parking on or off campus until we say it's a no-cost item for you, or the cost is included, shall we say. It's like Prego. It's in there. It's in the cost, basically. And I hear the traffic studies that say we can close Nutwood and still maintain similar levels of service, and I really trust our parking manager, our parking engineer, but I'm still skeptical. I'm kind of the show-me sort of guy. Show me that we can do these things, and somehow it's going to magically solve the parking problem. And here's the big problem. We're an F at all these intersections now. And when we do all the improvements, we're going to still be an F. Nobody wants to be an F. My dad would kill me if I came home with an F, okay? So let's not do that. We need to take the money, the $3.6 million, maybe even out of the general fund of Fullerton as we're doing our road improvements, but hopefully through the development fees to fix those major surface streets surrounding the university. And then and only then, I think, can we ever come back and truly look at Nutwood and say, could we possibly get by closing down Nutwood? I would prefer, and again, it's always time and money, I would prefer that we underpass it and we let the kids flow across there. I don't know what the cost is on that, but I don't think we've studied that to the detail we need to come up and put a cost and a benefit analysis together on that. I'd be okay with the grand bridge that flows over Nutwood as well, with the wrought iron fence down the center of the median so the kids actually use the bridge as opposed to run across in front of somebody driving down Nutwood and having an unfortunate and bad day for both of them. And I understand the desire of CSUF and Hope to add more student housing in this area. Theoretically, it could reduce the number of daily trips to the campus, but again, I'm kind of a show-me sort of guy. If we build some of it there, let's see what happens. And I would prefer that we modify the plan to pull the closure of Nutwood from the plan and study in more detail the options of underpassing or overpassing it. Secondly, I'd like to pull the parking management plan from it that will keep us at 1.95 spaces citywide, or at least similar to what we've done here in the last few years. It would also eliminate another layer of government. And I, too, would support the removal of those two commercial areas, planning area, is it 6 and 7?
Yeah.
6 and 7. I think that makes a lot of sense, just in terms of more incrementally approaching the growth around Cal State. I think I'm okay with the higher development, particularly along the freeway corridor. We do have to create some housing options for people around the college and just in general. So with those modifications to the specific plan, or maybe I'm saying as you are, I'd like to see those incorporated into something that comes back. And I definitely don't want to act on a parking management plan until I see the detail. I think the devil is in the detail. We need to see more of that. That's where I'm at tonight.
Okay.
Chair?
Sure.
Yeah. Really, I'd like to echo the sentiments of Mr. Gambino and Mr. Bennett. I'd also like to commend staff because I do think that this has been 8 years in the making, and I think they did a good job on producing what's really, I think it's an exciting and it's aesthetically appealing project. But I've got some serious concerns, and at this time I'm not prepared to support something that would close Nutwood and that would cause such an impact on parking and traffic. I'll share with you. I was born and raised in Fullerton, went to Troy High School, attended Fullerton College. I live off of Raymond, and I take Chapman, to the freeway every morning on the way to work. And in looking at all this this project and doing my due diligence, it never occurred to me I've never taken Nutwood. And so today, just on the way to work, I drove down Nutwood, and there was no traffic. It was clear. I got, through the neighborhood with ease. I got I got across Nutwood, no traffic. I've lived in my house for 5 years. Wish I would have, discovered it sooner. So I know how I'm getting to work tomorrow. But that said, I think that we can explore some of the alternatives because I think in the discussion, there's really some ideas that are worth exploring, considering the bridge and also the removal of PA6 and PA7, and the expense of $3.6 million for Fs. I mean, that's unacceptable for Fullerton. So. That's another thing that I'd like to see us look at some more affordable or more viable options to cure some of those letter grades, to bring them up to something that we would actually be proud of or happy with. So with that said, I think we've got a lot of theory, but really we need more detail, and we need to go back to kind of the drawing board and look at this and take into consideration some of our suggestions and our deliberations this evening.
Is this a wave? Okay. All right, I'll continue the wave, but it'll flow a little differently, I think. I want to just put it a little in context from my personal perspective on this in the larger sense, because I think it's important to understand that the education community should physically look like an education community. Its urban form, its way of being, should be reflected, and to do that, we have to embrace all the value that these universities and colleges and excellent schools bring to us. They said, what's the benefit? I'll tell you exactly the benefit. Fullerton is a more prosperous, a more rich cultural environment, a more vibrant community where people participate, where there's interesting discussion, where you have access to so many things. This is exactly why my wife and I, 20-some years ago, moved here. I'm the son of a college professor who grew up. His playground for his brothers and sisters and friends was a college campus. And as long as nothing came back to Dr. Silber about his children's behavior, we're welcome to use it as our playground. It was a wonderful way to grow up. And I prize it for my life, and I prize it for the value of this community. This community is going to renew itself. It is going to have young people come. Whether you agreed with the ASB president or not, he was wonderfully prepared, articulate, and if he chose Fullerton for his community because he lived here for a while and came to realize how much it had to offer him as he grew up, that would be the next generation of wonderful Fullerton people living here. And so we must work out the conundrum of how institutions which answer to different entities within the state work together to accomplish things. Many years ago, and it's essential that we realize that the 57 exits from the east into Fullerton are the gateway, are the presentation to the region of what Fullerton is. And its appearance, its urban form, and how well it works is our announcement to anybody coming in from the east on that freeway. So it's very important we get this right. So there's three symbols on here, City and the Hope and Cal State Fullerton. I want to just tell one story. Years ago, there was a bond measure for Fullerton High School, there was a bond measure for Fullerton College, and the city of Fullerton knew they had to do improvements on Lemon. And no one was talking to each other because The high school was a separate entity, the city was a separate entity, and the college was a separate entity. And some of us in the community said, we want a central education district that looks like you would be in an education district. And we championed to each of these entities the idea that this should be planned together. And I hope when you drive down Lemon from Chapman towards Hillcrest Park, you see the benefit of the effort and the fact that the three entities work together to plan that corridor so that it would look something more than just a way to dump a lot of cars onto a street. And if you look at Berkeley, which should have also been considered, that process did not continue. And if you look at the way Berkeley was rebuilt, there's plenty of places for cars, and there's no place for trees. It broke down, and it was a disappointment in my eyes. So it's very important we keep this process alive, in my opinion. And I'm an architect, and so obviously I'm often the person championing something that disrupts the order of the way it has been. I'm an optimist, and I see the value in that. And I think that we can work together as a community and with the college and with the universities and the other entities, including the property owners, to get the right plan. I agree that this needs to be continued, but it should not be abandoned. It has tremendous value for this community. So it needs to be ironed out specifically. And it's important to realize, let me talk a little bit, just 1 second about the car and the automobile. If we don't do this, the no project alternative is a continued degrading of the neighborhoods that have been impacted. It happens, nobody's planning that. Nobody's planning to start authorizing people to park in your neighborhoods. They're people just solving their problem every day the way they can. And it's getting worse and worse and worse, and it's not going to get any better if it doesn't get planned. So closing the door on the planning process is just inviting the continuation of what's going on. And further, and I travel these corridors, I come down the streets that I like to go to Chapman Park. I've always thought it is a wonderful way, the houses surround it. The houses, a number of the houses are becoming student housing, I think. I look at the cars parked in the driveways. I know of episodically I was approached by a real estate investor of houses. So I'm buying this house. I'm setting it up for students. I'm going to fix it up for 4 students or 5 students. I'm going to rent it out, and that's what's happening. So by default, without planning, we're getting the worst of all possible outcomes. So it's important to continue the process. And finally, I think this is a great lesson and just how profoundly expensive the automobile is to us on so many levels. And it'll be interesting to see in the years to come because younger people seem not as interested in it. I got a driver's license as soon as I could get a learner's permit. But if you check with young people, a lot of them, 18, 20, maybe I won't do it. I don't want the hassle. I communicate with my friends on my phone. I meet someplace. It's fun. I don't need a car. So this is something that is good. There's an evolution, a larger evolution going on, which also comes into play. So I hope to come to support this project, and in the future I would like to support a project. It's not there yet. Regarding 6 and 7, I will say this: in the plan, there's the way that things are worked out. I'll get a little bit technical. University House is a wrap project when it comes to parking. That's a very economical way to park and build, but it doesn't work for a grocery store. And that is if the notion that 6 and 7 is going to be developed around a wrap project, that precludes the preservation of the grocery store. So we should not be thinking along those lines if we expect those to retain their commercial value. Lastly, about the grocery store. I shop in Smart and Final, and I've noticed that since University House was built, I walk in there at the end of my day, I see a lot of college kids coming in to buy. It's actually bringing economic value to that business. That is customers as well as students. So for all these reasons, it's important that we work it out. I can't tell if anybody could hear me because earlier tonight, I think I speak up louder when I'm at this point in my thing. All right, I've said my piece.
Not as many people.
Maybe that's it. Thank you for your, and thank you all for participating. This has been what the process should be, and I'm hoping we can iron out the things that need to be ironed out and result in a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So I'm going to keep mine pretty short and sweet. I'm very grateful that all of you came out, but I'm very disappointed in our education community. I agree, too, that we have a great education community here in Fullerton that makes it a great city. But where are they tonight? I was willing to hear all sides, and we did not get their side. So I hope that next go-round we do hear from people from Cal State Fullerton and Hope University. So you guys showed out in numbers, and really that says a lot to me. But I'm very much against any of this project at all right now, but I am hoping that we can make it better. It's too dense. The air quality is affected. I don't believe in that closing Nutwood for an open space park is at all a solution to the problem. It's going to be too expensive to mitigate. It's not going to benefit really any of us. It will maybe benefit students, but I'm not so sure about that. I also believe that the parcel 6 and 7 should remain just commercial and not mixed use. And I think that's probably most of it. I'm really concerned about the air quality as a healthcare professional and an environmentally minded person. That's a real important one, knowing that there's young people, there's students, but also, all, the residents that are there. I don't know if in the next go-round of this we could look at putting residences a little farther away from the freeway. But all of those things are good that they come out now, and we can start to give input to that. But the air quality needs to be mitigated much more. So that's my take on it. I hope that the university can come forward and help us more with this, and thank you all for coming out.
I want to start by sharing my appreciation for everyone that's come out and provided your input. But I want to remind everyone that there's no need to be combative with us because we're here to listen. This is a public hearing. And when your behavior is uncivil, when you have to resort to harassment, threats, or just uncivil behavior, it's distracting from your message. I want to hear your message. That's why we have a public hearing. And I want to bring the bad news that we're going to keep growing. A lot of this we have no control over. CSU Fullerton will most likely add more students in the future, but the city has no say over that. People will continue to move to Fullerton. People will continue to have kids. These are decisions that are made by external forces that we don't have control over. So it's best to plan for this growth. Plan so there's not chaos, so that there's not more traffic. If we do nothing, if there's no plan, we will still have the parking problems that you've outlined tonight, the traffic problems, the air quality problems. We're going to keep having these problems, and that's why we have a plan. So the plan we have before us tonight, it's a plan. It looks good on paper, but obviously it needs more work because we've heard you tonight that the community is a partner in this too. Besides the city is an agency, besides the two universities, the residents and businesses in this community as a partner have expressed a lot of concerns that could be addressed at another time or at a future meeting or in a public workshop, but it doesn't sound like this plan has addressed that partner in this plan. I would rather have students live in the community than just drive through it. I would like them to consider Fullerton as a potential home because, frankly, when a student graduates from a college, they start looking at jobs around that area because they're probably desperate, job market and all of that. If there's jobs available. The reason there's not jobs available is because jobs go where there's new graduates, where there's new talent. We want those jobs. We want that economic growth. These students are our future, and I'd rather have them live here and bike to campus or walk to campus than just drive through the city of Fullerton trying to avoid traffic when they are also part of the cause of traffic. So I think going forward, we need a plan. But I don't think this is the plan tonight, and I'd be supportive of continuing this in other formats. I'm not ready to decide tonight which parcels we should take out. I'd rather see the community, the residents, being a partner in planning for this area.
And I guess that leaves me. I think we had some very good comments tonight from the audience that came out. Really fired up group, and you should be fired up. This project affects your neighborhood and it affects your quality of life, and so you should come out and express yourself. One thing I would say, though, for future reference, don't assume that the commissioners here have made up their mind to approve a project or disapprove a project when you come here. You guys have a tremendous amount of influence on the decisions that I know that I make and that my fellow commissioners make as well, so I just keep that in mind. I think this project probably affects more people in the city of Fullerton than any project that I've sat on in the commission and made a decision on in the last 4 years, I think it is. Certainly affects more people than Coyote Hills, but Coyote Hills got all the press. I think that we're sitting here prematurely on this project. I don't think there's been enough outreach to the community, obviously. I don't think there's been enough outreach to this commission as well. I think that there's workshops that need to be performed. I think that there's some ideas that need to be taken away from this meeting tonight, and I think we should have more public hearings on it. I'm not a fan of additional bureaucracies like the improvement districts that are in the plan. I hear your voice. Somebody said something about a sound wall. I don't think a sound wall in front of your house is a good thing either, particularly to protect you from whoever is across the street. I think that closing Nutwood for me it was just a no starter from the beginning. I was hoping I would hear tonight some good reasons why that was necessary, and after hearing all the mitigation efforts that have to take place in order just to reroute traffic and bring those intersections up to an F, or keep them at an F, I mean, just didn't seem like a good enough reason. Maybe in those intersections, maybe we should be looking at improving those intersections that are currently rated an F, and that's I don't know what scale it is, SOS or something like that. But maybe we should look at improving those to something better than an F the way they are now without this project. The commission, again, like I said, I think we need to be educated a little bit more about the project. I think it sounds to me like it's parked short. Everybody wants to park short all projects in the city of Fullerton. I suppose they do in all the cities around town. But I think there's just an awful lot that this project is lacking. I hate to see it die because I do agree with Commissioner Johnson. Planning is a better way of managing what's going to happen at that college because the college is going to grow and there's going to be more students. And if it's not somehow managed with the assistance of the neighbors and the city and the stakeholders that own property there, I don't think it would be a good outcome either. So, I mean, I think there's been a lot of good talk tonight, a lot of good ideas, but I certainly couldn't support the project the way it's been presented tonight. What I would suggest, though, if my fellow commissioners are agreeable, is to postpone the vote on this project for a date certain, and I would suggest something 3 to 6 months in the future so we don't have to kill it here tonight, and maybe we can get something that is more agreeable to a larger group of people.
Commissioner, I think they may need more than 3 months. We've thrown a lot at them right now, and there's a lot that they need to digest. So perhaps a date uncertain. What would be the preference of staff to actually go back, reevaluate?
Sure, a couple of options. So if you wanted to continue and take no action tonight, then I would just say continue not to a date certain. As you said, there would be a huge amount of work and outreach that would need to be done. Committing to even to a 3 to 6 month timeline, I don't think would be enough time. It wouldn't allow the community, I don't think, enough time to participate either. The other option that you have is to recommend denial to the City Council. So you can do that as well.
Karen, if we recommend denial, though, does that kill the whole process?
Goes to city council.
No, it takes a recommendation to the council of denial, and then they would see how they wanted to vote on it. So you
then
can,
they could go different ways with this as well.
So a couple things before I maybe try to start pushing this toward a motion. It's not easy for staff to sit here and take a look at all the work that they've put together and have everyone in this room, and especially us, tear them apart. And, for the most part, I think you guys have behaved really well. Every once in a while there would be some jeers. But I think it's very difficult to be them right now. And none of that, we make fun of them having a level of service F on these intersections. But we have to be honest with you. It's all the leaders in this community and the leadership of this city within the last 20 years that have led to that, not them. So I know that the city engineers put a lot of work into trying to fix these problems, and every year we give them less money and more responsibility. So I just think staff needs to be recognized because it's not easy to hear all this stuff, and I know that they put a lot of time into it, and it had to have been very uncomfortable to listen to all this coming at them. So that's all I had to say. So I recommend that we continue this item for a date uncertain because I think there's merit in planning this area out.
I would second that.
Discussion?
Any discussion? So we have a motion on the table?
I agree. I think the very important thing is we need some process to make sure that it doesn't just wander off into the woods, because that's a disservice to everyone who's put effort into it. I see things, some of the elements of the plan in a different light thanks to this discussion tonight. I see aspects where I thought we were probably on the right track, which I realize now probably needs to be revisited. So I don't know if we need to do whether we need to do a workshop as well in an intermediate point, or just.
Or I wonder if we could just give direction to the council. I think sounds like we agree on certain things.
I would, as long as we're just discussing the motion here, I'll support the motion. I wanted to add the comment that I just don't want to see as all this years of effort just set aside and a continuation as a default effort to kill the effort. I don't think that benefits the city, and I just caution against that. So that's why I raise the question of whether at some point in the future we should agendize a workshop where we can just talk about some ideas or flesh this out as a thought. I don't know. We've been given informational updates on this project. We didn't come to this meeting with no idea about this. This is not like...
We can come back with a work plan so that we could lay out for you kind of a schedule and steps that we would recommend, so that way you and the public have some certainty about what are the next steps. Is this thing just going to, disappear? What's happening? Is it going behind the scenes? And then that way you would see how we might move forward.
Does that need to be part of the motion, or is that just something? Give a sense. I think it's a good idea.
Direction that we give staff.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the.
I wouldn't make that part of the motion. That could just be a separate direction to staff. Okay. But the motion should be to continue.
All right. Well, then I've said my piece on that.
And continuing the item we would not go directly to City Council with that recommendation. Be to recommend to a date.
So to clarify the motion, we're continuing this item for a date uncertain. And at our next meeting or at a certain meeting, we will get a plan. That's not part of the motion, though, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is, as I said the first time, but Peter, did you formulate the motion?
My motion was to continue to a date uncertain.
Okay.
And we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Move to continue.
Could you repeat it, Peter?
The motion was to continue the item for them to reevaluate the study.
So I'll say it.
So sorry. So my motion was to continue the item for them to actually reevaluate the study. So to a date uncertain.
We still have the motion. Any opposed? Okay, all in favor? We already did. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Motion passed. And thank you all for your cooperation and participation. No, we're not done with our meeting yet. I'm sorry.
We're not done.
If we wanted to check you out on the website,
Okay.
anything that you guys are working on this, what would be the website to go?
Okay, thank you.
CityofFullerton.com.
Just the City of Fullerton.
CityofFullerton.com.
We're not out of the woods
Yeah.
here. We want to go home.
Okay. All right.
No, we work for the city.
Here we-
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, please, you guys have to leave the dais because we need to finish our meeting. Okay, so do we have any council? Okay. Do we have any council communications? Hey, Larry, Doc. Yeah, we have not adjourned.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, staff communications. First, I would like to say thank you for the kind words you said and your support of staff, but planning is a messy process, and this is how it works, and our feelings are not at all hurt, and we're so glad that this is how it works. When a large projects and a large plan like this comes forward, it is an exercise in having something to react to, and if it didn't have big changes, then something was very unusual, because you can't plan 80 acres and not have people be concerned and engaged, and that's perfect. So thank you. We appreciate that, and we look forward to continuing working toward that and toward other plans as well. Along those lines, and on a much smaller scale, but we are currently working on developing standards to regulate short-term vacation rentals. And we have a survey that if anyone's interested in taking, you can find that online. Go to the cityofFullerton.com to the community development website, and you can find that. And we have a meeting scheduled on the 18th next week for a community meeting to take input on that.
Where will that meeting be, Karen? Do you know offhand?
Yes, that meeting will be at the community center at 6 p.m.
So I wasn't kidding, Commissioner Gambino, when I said I will not be here next time. Okay. So February 24th, I believe. Yes. Is our next meeting?
Well, you're in luck. We don't have any items for the next meeting.
Oh.
So.
All right. Okay. You slid through that one. All right. Well, if there's no other business, it's rather late, and I want to thank all of you guys for all your participation, and we are adjourned.
Good job, your first meeting.